Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Dave. Can you unmute?
Good morning.
Good morning, Dave. Can you unmute and try to speak? We are starting in a moment.
There we go. Is that off?
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me, Harry?
Yeah. Do you have the video or?
Yeah, I can see. The video is not working for some reason.
Okay, great.
Anyway. I'm not sure what's happening now. I think we'll have to go. It's just audio. It's probably better with my internet connection. Anyways, apologies.
Okay. No problem. We can start now. Yeah. Elena, can you start recording?
Okay.
Yeah. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you from wherever you are. We are starting this webinar on UNFC Europe, ensuring sustainable raw material management to support the European Green Deal. Today we have a large number of participants, almost 170 people have joined so far. People are still coming in. I will request all of you to keep your microphones muted all the time. Still, we can have a very interactive session. I will urge all of you to use the chat function to ask questions or provide your comments, etc. I will also like to remind you that this is the first session of the workshop.
This meeting is being recorded.
Vision and strategy for sustainable raw material management. We will have a second session on case studies and expert opinion on application of UNFC at 2 p.m. Central European Time. The same link will work for both the sessions, so I will welcome all of you to come back after this session for the second session also. Now it is my privilege to welcome the moderator of this session, Dave McDonald. Dave is internationally recognized as one of the leading experts on reserves and resources classification, estimation, management, and disclosure. During his 38-year career at BP, he had proven record of successful design, implementation, and management of internal governance and operating practices for reserves and resources valuation and progression. He is the current chair of United Nations Expert Group on Resource Management, where he has overseen publication of United Nations Framework Classification for Resources, UNFC, and development of United Nations Resource Management System, UNRMS. I'm Hari Tulsidas, supporting the organization of this workshop from UNEC Geneva. It is my pleasure to along with my colleagues Charlotte Griffiths and Elena Trebinger, to welcome all of you to this workshop, and also hand over to Dave to further conduct this workshop. So over to you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Harry. I hope things work well with the technology today. I sometimes have a bad connection, and so I hope things work out well today. I think this is a really interesting set of speakers we have set up for this morning. Working towards using the UNFC towards ensuring we have good sustainable raw material management as part of the European Green Deal is a critical factor in achieving the positive outcomes of reaching the Sustainable Development Goals, parts of the Agenda 2030, and the European Green Deal. And I hope the speakers today will address some of the issues and concerns that many of you may have around the steps towards achieving that. Again, as Harry already mentioned, love to have you use the chat function there to ask questions. I'll be streaming through those as they come through, and hopefully we'll be able to have a few minutes at the end of each of the presentations to address some of those questions, and then we'll have a more open forum for discussion at the conclusion of the formal presentations. Our first speaker is Scott Foster, who's Director of the UNECE Sustainable Energy Division, and I'm sure most of you are very familiar with him. He's got a varied career of more than 35 years experience working within industries, working for Cambridge Resource Energy to where he was a senior expert on electricity for international energy and senior director for global power. As well as having a very broad career as independent consultants, working with a number of different other companies. Scott is going to talk about the sustainable natural resource management and the UN Decade of Action. So Scott, can I pass over to you, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Dave. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. As Harry said, it's great to have such a global audience. I regret slightly Dave's introduction because it looks like we're in competition to see who's the older of the two, but we'll leave that one alone. I'm really pleased to join you for this workshop on UNFC Europe to talk through the sustainable natural resource management and the UN Decade of Action. I think one of the key observations that we've had over the recent past is that the world is not on track, and that's globally or in the UNECE region. And that includes not only the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, but it also includes the climate agenda. And that's actually why there is such a pronounced effort being put on the UN Decade of Action. If you could put me to the first slide, please. Thank you. We've had a very challenging 2020, and I think it's kind of a building tsunami of events over time as one perturbation leads to another. We've described these as black swan events. The first one we're all very familiar, more familiar than we'd like to be, with that little virus that you see on the screen. And COVID-19 doesn't need any introduction or explanation. Obviously, you've got the tragic loss of life. You've got the overwhelming of health systems. And even though we're getting better news today about a virus, we're not through that. It's completely disrupted economic activity. That started obviously in travel. Look at how we're all meeting today, but it's spread to other sectors. There are a couple of key lessons that I think we've learned already. The first one is that go it alone approaches don't work. They really are desperately uninformed, misinformed. And I would use a phrase, we talk about security of supply often about energy, but you could actually apply it to any resources. security of supply does not mean supply independence. So that's one of the themes I would like to come back to. So the news on the vaccines is very promising, but it will take time for that to roll out. I will say that for our own planning internally, we're starting to think about a return to normal by mid next year once vaccine programs have moved forward. Now, you will have seen the reaction of stock markets on Monday and Tuesday when some of these announcements have come out. There's been a real uptick in the various companies that would benefit from a return to normal. That's a slight concern for me, for us, in the sense that we seem to be reverting right back to business as usual as we were doing before. And that's one of the key questions that we want to deal with today. When you think about the pandemic, and then you compare it to what's going on with climate change, and I've seen a couple of graphics that are very telling that the risks and consequences of climate change really do make the pandemic pale in comparison. So there's got to be a really sustained effort. But if I look through the pandemic, we've got environmental trends. There's been improving air quality, improving water quality, and that's something that's been quite beneficial. It's anecdotal, but that appears to be the case. There are other black swan events, and those are indicated down below with the forest fires. We've had floods, we've had droughts, you've got all of these animal deaths that are ongoing. And then if you look at the statistics on hurricanes, this year in the Atlantic Basin, there have been more named hurricanes than ever before. So the number is going up. How long they last is growing. They have much bigger impact, even internal. They last when they get on land as well. So that's very notable on the environmental side. I've already mentioned the economic trends. We've had, in particular in the energy sector, a lot of demand destruction that's been ongoing. And with these developments and these trends, there's a clear need to kickstart economies. The European Green New Deal, the funding going on from central governments to try to get economies growing and going again. There's a third leg, however. It's not just environmental and it's not just economic. It's also the whole social dimension. For so long, we've talked about urbanization as being inevitable. If you go to a world of 9 billion people with 70% living in urban areas, that would be the equivalent of adding 235 cities the size of Paris to the planet. Well, given what's happening with the pandemic, and again, looking at how we're meeting today, looking at what's happening in real estate markets away from city centers, is urbanization really inevitable? Is that what's actually going to happen, or are we going to see some kind of a new trend? So we hear again and again this concept of building back better. Will we actually really redirect? Will be a refocus on resource development, on economic performance to go to a green track, to get us on track towards where we wanted to go? That's the question. Right now, it looks like we're heading back towards business as usual, but there's a series of new secular trends that may come into play as well. And I think the one conclusion I can draw, and I hope you all can agree with me on that, is the future is unknowable, and we have to be prepared anyway. If I could ask you to go to the next slide, please. This slide is about resilience, and I think this is an important question mark. If you look at the upper left, this is an individual who's been dealing with all of the challenges of isolation and security and health. The way we've done it so far has put a lot of pressure on the individual. And you're seeing stress and longer term health consequences of that. I think that social dimension is not fully played out. We shall see that. If you look over on the right, there's that stock market, just indicative of looking at how companies and how economies are going to be performing post-pandemic. Now, I would argue with you strongly that This pandemic will play out. There'll be another one in 5 or 10 years. So our challenge is not only how do we recover, but how do we prepare for the next one? How do we prepare for the next ones in terms of supplies, in terms of capacity, in terms of knowing how to prepare? One of our themes at ECE is this concept of mutually beneficial economic interdependence. All of the countries have tried to go it alone. Look what happened in 1917 with the Spanish flu. We don't seem to have learned those lessons. Come forward to 2020, we're again going in on an independent approach that needs to be revisited. Let's come down to the bottom left, Leonardo da Vinci's graphic that you all know. Here, my point is that the 2030 agenda is really anthropocentric. We're thinking about mankind and only about mankind development. Yes, there are issues about air quality and water quality and the environment, but it's always in terms of humanity. And that brings me back to the final graphic, which is the sick earth. We really need to understand that we should be humble servants of a system that's much bigger than us. And we are caretakers of the planet. We've got to work on that. Now, I can say that the challenges are health. The challenges are systems and cybersecurity. When you think about global interconnectivity, we're talking about climate change, temperatures, and water. They all connect. So I would say COVID-19 has taught us a lot about resilience, but we will improve our resilience by preparing better. And supply redundancy in basic raw materials is the key that we take away. We can go to the next slide, please. The question about building back better then. This is just a destroyed landscape. It took it off the internet, this graphic. The question is the vision. What do we want to achieve and what we want to accomplish? How do we have shared knowledge, shared understanding, shared capacities for addressing issues? In this case, it's health, but it could be anything. At the end of the day, we want to have integrated resource management, a tool that allows us to think about the implications of the resources that we're developing, the implications of the resources that we're using. And the issue is we need a comprehensive toolbox that allows us not to think only about energy, but to think about the entire spectrum of human activities. We can go to the next slide, please. Here we have the global material footprint. This is listed in terms of materials footprint tons per capita. And you go from low income right across to the high income countries. And you can see it for 1970 and for 2017. That average of 11.9 is expected to grow in the future. And if we as a world move from our current population to 9 billion, and everybody starts consuming at that high income level, which is going to grow, at some point you're going to need 7 planet Earths to deliver all of that. That doesn't work. We've got to find a better way to use and reuse the resources. It's not just about supply, it's about circular economy concepts. It's about reducing how much material we actually need to deliver quality of life in a rather broad way. We can go to the next slide. Here we have the numbers that I was referring to. 2060, we expect to go from that 11.9 tons to 18.5 tons per capita. That's a 50% growth. And you can see the breakdown between biomass, fossil fuels, and the rest of it. The challenge we face and what we need to address is that is unsustainable. Simply saying it the way business as usual, growing forever, it will not work. And that's what we need to address. We can go to the next slide, please. There's also the question of social license. If all we have is a system that is perceived of coming in, rape and pillage and then leave, we've taken what we want and we leave behind a mess, that won't work. There needs to be an engaged process for the extractive industries to participate with stakeholders. Stakeholders are local communities. Stakeholders are the planetary objectives, to manage the resource development, processing, and use in a way that does deliver on the 2030 agenda. We can go to the next slide, please. So what's on proposition is to rewrite that narrative. Let's get that resource management aligned with the 2030 agenda. By getting these innovations to come through all of business processes, you improve financial resilience, you end up getting that social license to operate, and as a consequence, you get the kinds of outcomes that we're looking for. Outcomes on social results, outcomes on environmental benefits, and outcomes on economic outcomes. That's global for economics, the economies, but it's also for the businesses themselves. This is this issue of trying to get an integrated approach. It is true that right now we're on track towards between 4 and 6 degrees. And everybody who talks to me about being the director of of sustainable energy, they're talking about energy efficiency and they're talking about renewables. But the reality is that a lot of folks who are on the planet are putting food on the table, a roof over their heads. So the issue is, how do we find integrated approaches that deliver quality of life, including climate change? And that's why it's so essential that we get to harmonization, common vocabularies. Doesn't have to be identical. Every country's got its own endowment of natural resources, its own cultural, legal, regulatory heritage. So there's not one pathway for everybody, but at least get the emotional intelligence between countries so we understand that we're moving towards some common objectives. We can go to the next slide, please. So what we're looking for with the United Nations Framework Classification and the United Nations Resource Management System is trying to get a coherent framework that's based on principles, driving investments towards those resources that are in line with our objectives. Doing it in a way that allows countries to continue on their development path, but on a development path that meets those integrated objectives. Getting all of the risks and opportunities understood. Critically important for the resilience issue is the idea of, where do the resources come from? You don't want to have supply independence, but you do want to have diversification of sources, diversification of what kinds of companies, what kinds of industry structures are delivering them. So micro, small, and medium enterprises in a multi-dimensional approach is what we think is needed. You can go to the next slide, please. We're finding UNFC is being taken up very broadly. I won't go through all of the details, but there's clearly an attraction to a system that allows common understanding, allows interconnectivity, allows trading and transacting to occur. That's the vision that we have for UNFC, and we think we can get there. What we want to achieve is, I said this before, mutually beneficial.
I haven't spoken with him directly.
You put on your mute, please.
Impression that it would maybe be past December, so I was thinking.
Can you unmute?
But I didn't know what the restrictions were from the administration side.
Clark, can you unmute your microphone?
Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
There are 4 things I want to say. Is we want to get to mutually beneficial economic independence. We want to have common vocabularies and common rules, and I think that'll be discussed.
We can wait till after the break, but I would like to just send him a private message and just
see Clark
where
to mute yourself, please?
Physically and
Mr. Clark,
in terms of
Clark D.
I've unmuted him.
Yeah, Scott, please.
My entertainment here. Let me repeat that. We want to get to mutually beneficial economic interdependence. We want to have those common vocabularies and common rules. We want to have resource management that is aligned with the 2030 agenda. We need that social license to operate because we're going to require the resources that we need. This means mobilizing investment, and the minute you mobilize investment, that's in technology, that's in diversity, and that's in capacity, you're automatically moving in the direction of a Green New Deal. You can go to the next slide, please. I would like to simply conclude the comments. I've said the conclusion just a moment ago, but we see the United Nations Resource Management System and the United Nations Framework Classification moving from a more static, what's on your balance sheet, towards a more dynamic resource management system that allows you to understand the obstacles, understand the barriers, and understand what are the most effective ways to get integrated solutions. I will stop there. I apologize for the brief interruptions that we have, but be delighted to take any questions that might come through either the chat or from Dave, because I'm sure you've got some tough questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Scott. That was really good. Just to kick things off, we only have a few minutes. We'll have more time to ask others. I'll just reiterate one more time, if I could. Please make sure you're on mute. I just running through the participant list, I can see there are a few people that aren't, and there still is some background noise. So if you could put yourself on mute, check to see if you are, would be great. And then secondly, make sure you're using that chat function to put any questions up. We're starting to get people communicating on that, and that's great. So questions from there would be fantastic. I guess maybe just one quick question, Scott, is to kick things off would be, what do you think the role of the UNFC is around providing a common vocabulary and harmonized approach to resource management across the all the different commodities that you want to be looking at towards achieving a sustainable future?
Thank you for that question. I find that UNFC, the framework classification, and its evolution and building on that to go to a resource management system, it has evolved over time. So you've seen growth with petroleum, oil and gas, uranium and thorium. You're seeing as well coal. Now we've moved into renewables. We're getting into anthropogenic resources. The world seems to be understanding that there's an interplay across all of these resources. We're moving away from a very much stovepipe approach towards a much better integrated approach towards resources across resource types. The discussions about the various dimensions of resource classification, where typically one of the dimensions has been about economics, has now become a broader, I call it a peacock tail is what I'm doing with my hands here, where you're getting all of the dimensions of sustainable development and not only economics. As a consequence of that evolutionary process, you're seeing UNFC and UNRMS providing a contextual framework for a global conversation. So getting towards common understandings, common vocabularies, it really helps with understanding. I would almost describe it as a way of enhancing the emotional intelligence across countries and across resource managers so that we have a common view. Doesn't mean we're going to do things the same way. And it does not mean that we're going to have the same outcomes, but at least we're on a common approach. So that's, I'll give that as a first shot as my answer. I'm sure others will have opinions on the chat.
Right. Thank you very much, Scott. Fred, great conversation. I want to come back to a few other points later on. We do need to move on to our next speaker, who is Peter Handley, who joined the European Commission in 1994 and currently heads the unit responsible for energy-intensive industries and raw materials at GROW. Previously worked on the EU's Energy Union and the Secretariat General, and was a European Commission trade official. So, Peter, could I hand over to you to give a presentation on how the UNFC can contribute to the European Green Deal and EU raw materials policy?
Yes, thank you very much. And I was really very pleased to see the way that Scott was presenting the challenges that we face. I agree with every word that he's just been giving us. Could you please move to the next slide? So I think if you look at the last year, we got a new European Commission under President von der Leyen. We came out almost immediately last December with the European Green Deal, which is basically our overarching framework for everything that we want to do in the next 4 years, but setting the scene which goes up to 2050. And it's in this document that we really say that we want to be, as the European Union, the first part of the world to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. And how we do that is made up of a number of things, including a very much stronger circular economy, as Scott was saying. Also, making sure that we manage this transition in a socially fair and just way, particularly for those regions that will have to undergo the most changes. And it's also about making sure that we understand that you need to get the inputs right to make this happen. And there's a very telling paragraph in the European Green Deal strategy which says that the access to a sustainable supply of raw materials, both primary and secondary, has become a strategic security issue for the European Union. And without getting the right answers, you won't be able to achieve this European Green Deal. And that's a pretty important statement. The next step is in the beginning of March. And if you remember, the beginning of March, we were already seeing the first disruptions flowing from what's happening in China. In the beginning of March, we came out with a new industrial strategy, which managed to avoid any reference to the COVID-19 pandemic. But it did nevertheless have interesting concepts about the need for the European economy to become more resilient and to develop what was called open strategic autonomy. Now, to respond to Scott, it's not about going solo. It's not about making Europe great again kind of approaches. It's about saying there are certain things which are extremely important for our region of the world, and we can't afford to not take responsibility for them. So things like active pharmaceutical ingredients for medicines, things like critical raw materials, we should be taking more responsibility. So where we can do more ourselves, we should try and do so. And that will have a side benefit of making supply chains have more choices in them. And it will also, in some areas, shorten supply chains. So resilience and strategic autonomy that came in there very much. And when the crisis actually started to hit the European economy through a combination of ships no longer coming out of China, carrying the materials that were needed for our production, combined with what's happening in Italy and other member states one by one, where various kind of factories were shut down, goods and people could not flow freely across the internal borders. We put together a recovery plan, which included a proposal for €750 billion to bring back the economy, but not just in the way it was before, but using it as an accelerator to achieve the green, digital, resilient transition that we need. So that's the guidance we've given to member states. What we need to do is strengthen the resilience of the economy. We actually saw some very concrete supply chain disruptions. I was in a conference just yesterday where an important European steel producer was saying he needed magnesium. He needed like 0.5% of magnesium in the steel that he was producing for the automotive sector. And he was days away from having to shut down his steel production because no magnesium was coming into Europe because over 90% of processed magnesium comes out of China. And it was all still being produced in China, but being stockpiled, stored in warehouses, waiting until the ships could flow again. So supply chain disruption on the raw materials is a very real thing. And I just gave you one concrete example there. All of this helped us to come out in September with an updated assessment of which raw materials are critical for the European economy and where there is the greatest supply risk. It also enabled us to come out with a reinforced action plan on what we intend to do about this. And resilience and open strategic autonomy and foresight, looking ahead to 2030 and 2050 and seeing what kind of critical dependencies you may have is an important part of the mix for us. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I've already anticipated this. What we actually saw was when China started to recover, then there was all of a sudden a lot of goods coming across. And because Europe was still in a sort of shutdown or semi-shutdown situation, these imports are coming into Europe and making it more difficult for European manufacturing to get off the ground again. So the fact that we were not acting in a unified way across the world and the response times were different was quite an issue. Next slide. So these are the 10 actions that we have put together. The first one, European Raw Materials Alliance, is something we launched on the 29th of September. And what it's trying to do is build networks of companies, but also with non-industrial players, to identify where there are bottlenecks, which we need to overcome to develop this resilience. And secondly, to identify the concrete investments that we need across the value chain, not just inside Europe, but with partners from outside. And this alliance is open to non-Europeans. Something's just popped up on the screen, at least for me. We're also looking to how to attract investment into the raw materials value chain. And we're currently working on sustainable financing criteria for the raw materials value chain, which should come out by the end of next year. We see that there are certain actions where UNECE can really help us. Mapping the potential supply of secondary raw materials from EU stocks and wastes. We've had an attempt ourselves in the past, and we found that member states report things in different ways. There's not really a good harmonized methodology for how you look at the stock of what is in the so-called urban mine. And we think that the work that is being done on resource management at UNECE can really help us all to work on that side of things. We also think it can be of great help in identifying, how close to the market various resource projects are, so that we can use this information to prioritize the investments that we need in order to hit our target, which is really accelerating the coming on stream of primary and secondary raw material value chain projects in Europe by 2025. And we want to do this without sacrificing anything on the sustainability side, I have to emphasize. And the third area where we think that UNECE can help us is by doing this resource harmonization and investment readiness work on the global scale, because this will then help us to do what we want to do, which is develop much more diversification of our raw material supply to avoid the kind of choke points that I've identified in talking about COVID-19. So we can develop strategic partnerships with resource-rich countries where we want to integrate their industrial value chains with ours. We want to work on research and innovation, and we want to make sure that whatever is done to the highest standards of environmental, social, and governance expectations. And we will also be looking for much more transparency in the due diligence side of responsible supply chains. So these are some of the areas in which we hope very much that UNECE can help us in the European Union to achieve our policy objectives. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Peter. There's been quite a few comments going on during the session there that I think might be interesting for us to read through and have some consideration about. Just kind of first off, I wonder if you could maybe give a bit of a brief thought about how do you think the EU is empowering geological and related institutions on delivering and helping to deliver the European Green Deal?
Well, I think we've worked very closely with our stakeholder communities in developing this action plan. We have two main fora. We have the Raw Materials Supply Group, which brings together member states, industry, civil society players. And we have the European Innovation Partnership on Raw Materials, which also has the downstream users of the raw materials and international financial institutions, OECD is in there, UN is in there as well. So we try to make sure that we really reflect in drawing up our plans what the stakeholders want, and we're also asking the stakeholders in these fora, how can you help us prioritize and actually deliver on these 10 points that we've got in the action plan? We're also working very closely with the geological surveys. In fact, I just recruited 2 former members of geological surveys into my own team, but we work very much with Eurogeo surveys run by Slavko Solar, who is also a former member of the team here in the European Commission. And we're very supportive of the work that the geological surveys are doing collectively to identify the potential of increasing our use of the potential that we have in Europe for both primary and secondary raw materials, but which also depends on not relying on 30-year-old geological data. I think there needs to be a general updating exercise, and I think we also need to be looking deeper, because if we're just looking at shallow deposits, we're missing a huge amount of potential resources that we have in Europe, which we will need to take a much closer look at if we're to, if you like, reduce the overall risk of excess supply on single points of supply from outside the EU.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. And I think we'll come back to a couple of these comments and points at the end of the session. We have more time for some open discussion. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll pass over now to Emil Hogberg, who is the State Secretary to Minister for Business, Industry, and Innovation in Sweden, where he's responsible to the head of the ministry and other ministers for the work of the ministry. His duties there include the planning and coordination in industry, tourism, regulatory simplification, competition, intellectual property law, state aid, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Also the State Secretary with administration for responsibility for ministry, enterprise, and innovation. So Emil is going to speak to us on some national perspectives on raw material resource sustainability. Emil, if I can pass over to you, please.
Thank you very much, dear participants. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude for the opportunity to introduce Sweden's take on raw material demand and management in times when minerals and metals have been identified as key for the transformation for a low-carbon society. It is indeed a great honor to have the opportunity to address this meeting. The sustainable production and use of raw materials, primary and secondary, is a major challenge and a key factor to ensure the needed transformation towards a green and circular economy. And the UNFC is an important tool in this context. And what is unique about the UNFC is that it takes into account all 3 sustainability legs: economic, social, and environmental sustainability, while the international reporting systems to the stock exchanges in the first hand takes into account the economic sustainability. Minerals and metals are essential to the functioning and integrity of a wide range of industrial ecosystems. Today we acknowledge that many so-called critical mineral raw materials have shown to be irreplaceable components of numerous emerging technologies and essential industrial developments, especially renewable energy systems, electric vehicles, rechargeable batteries, consumer electronics, telecommunications, robotics, and specialty alloys. Hence, to mineral resources and sustainability is key for the EU's resilience. As if this challenge was not enough, the COVID-19 crisis has also revealed just how fast and how deeply global supply chains can be affected and disrupted. As an EU member state who aims to take lead in the green transition, we are of course dedicated to contribute to EU's resilience and safe raw material supply. I will return to the EU resilience and more specifically the Swedish raw materials resource sustainability by the end of my intervention. But let me now turn to shortly describe the Swedish mining industry. We have a long history of mining and metal refining stretching back more than 1,000 years. The mining industry remains key for us, and we are today one of the EU's leading ore and metal producing countries. Sweden is well endowed with mineral containing base metals such as copper, zinc, and lead, precious metals such as gold and silver, but has also a strong exploration potential of innovation critical minerals and metals such as graphite, rare earth elements, lithium, cobalt, vanadium. Of the mining sector, we have a diversified base of industrial suppliers today with several globally leading companies in the mining sector. I would like to mention three important and interlinked factors that have contributed to the development of our mining industry. First, the close collaboration between different stakeholders in the mining sector. Partner-driven cooperation is characteristic of our innovation policy, and the mining sector has led to many successful projects beneficial for all parties. Close collaboration and cross-sectorial cooperation have created a very fruitful environment for innovation, not least in the so-called sustainable underground mining project set up in the mines in Kiruna and Malmberget in the north of Sweden. The close proximity to and close cooperation with major mining technology providers such as Epiroc, Sandvik, ABB, and Ericsson give mine in the Nordic countries a competitive advantage. Swedish mines have served as test beds, both for the technical providers and academia, to bring forward new innovations promoted at EU and global scale. Second, innovation and specialization has always been essential for the Swedish mining sector to remain sustainable and competitive. I think we are at the forefront of innovation-driven extractive industry, but also related technology and equipment production, highly instrumented and automated operations. It is very clear that the country's mining operations have spurred the development of new technologies and processes for sustainable mining. Many Swedish engineering companies have their origins in the mining industry and are today world leaders in mining equipment and mining technology. Besides metal mines, there is also a major industrial mineral production, of which a part is directly linked to the production of metals. The role of the Swedish government is and has been to enable tools that boost the mining innovation system. Third, the strong commitment to sustainability, climate neutrality, and resource efficiency in the mining sector. Sweden now belongs to one of the most sustainable mining nations in the world. High production costs due to underground mining and low-grade ores have contributed to the development of resource-efficient and innovative processes. The mining industry has in many ways managed to identify and capture the merits of resource efficiency and green technology. And we are strongly committed to research, development, and deployment of novel technologies that can make a step change towards sustainability. For example, fully automated mines to achieve zero net water use and zero waste production, as well as improving health and safety among mine workers and local communities. Our mining industry has identified electrification as one of the most important paths to fossil-free production. The industry will carry out an electrification and automation program that, together with the transition to biofuels, will make mining operations fossil-free by 2035. Today, our focus is on perceiving the new challenges we have ahead of us. The mining industry is on a transformational path, and more than ever, sustainability needs to be a key driver for the industry. Mineral industry-related research and innovation issues are expected to become headline topics to be covered in the new framework program Horizon Europe. Let me now turn to the overall topic of my intervention: raw materials, resource sustainability. Minerals and metals such as aluminium, lithium, vanadium, copper, iron, graphite, and nickel are now becoming critical. We have an extensive mineral endowment, a robust metals and mining sector, and is currently seeking to secure some of the EU critical minerals. And we very much welcome that the 2020 edition of the EU Critical Raw Materials List again put a special focus on rare earth elements, which are abundantly occurring in some locations in our country. In this respect, the government has assigned and commissioned the Geological Survey to explore and map the feasibility of innovation critical metals and minerals including the secondary resource potential of mining wastes. Achieving resource security requires action to diversify supply from both primary and secondary domestic sources, reduce important dependencies, and improve resource efficiency and circularity. In this context, our government has commissioned analyses to identify the potential for extracting innovation-critical raw materials in primary as well as secondary sources, and the work will continue next year with the commission to our Environmental Protection Agency and our Geological Survey to build further knowledge, better databases, and also investigate opportunities to improve regulations so that extraction from especially historical mining waste may turn into an exploitable resource. We see the UNFC as a useful tool for further work with resource management. The UNFC can help countries to optimize the sustainable use of primary as well as secondary raw materials, while we welcome that the Nordic guidance document has been of help to spread and implement UNFC further. We are dedicated to take steps towards resource efficiency and a circular economy, and that also applies to meeting the demand for raw materials in a sustainable way. Socioeconomic and technical case studies of different mineral-based value chains are being examined with respect to the convergence between responsible mining and the circular economy. And we are aware about currently challenging issues related to transparency and visibility of assurance when it comes to ethical sourcing and sustainable supply chains, particularly the ones dealing with conflict minerals, and understand the necessity of the EU to take its responsibility. Hence, in a new initiative within the Nordic Minister Council, we have initiated work related to issues such as mineral raw materials, supply, not least on accessibility, traceability, and recycling. And the government has also commissioned our Energy Agency and Geological Survey to support the creation of a sustainable European battery value chain, where access to battery minerals will need to be secured. We aim to play an active role in this project as we do in other mineral-related EU initiatives, such as European Raw Materials Alliance. As I mentioned earlier, innovation and sustainability is at the forefront of our metal and mining industry. Several important and ground-making industrial projects related to this sector have been launched in the last few years. And let me mention two. REMAP is a new project that applies fossil-free processes for recycling mine waste from LKAB's iron ore production and upgrading it to phosphorus, rare earth metals, and vanadium products which are classed by the EU as critical. In addition, gypsum and fluorine products will also be produced at the park through the hydrochemical processes. And this project can produce up to 5 times Sweden's need of phosphorus fertilizers and 30% of EU's need today of rare earth elements. The ongoing pre-study and related pilot will be completed in next year, and full production following environmental permitting and construction is estimated to be achievable by 2027. The steel industry has focused on the development of a new processing technique. The hybrid project aims to replace coking coal, traditionally needed for ore-based steel making, with hydrogen. The result will be the world's first fossil-free steel-making technology with virtually no carbon footprint. And the journey to transition to a green economy has just started. All sectors need to work intensely in the years to come for us to make progress. Last spring, the European Commission presented the Green Deal, we have heard about it before, which is a new overall growth strategy aimed at transforming into a fair and prosperous society with a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy with net zero emissions. And the deal contains a roadmap and a package of measures to meet the climate and environmental challenging EU. The EU's Green Deal places great demands on the transition, which is now beginning on a broad front. And here Swedish industry and the Swedish mining industry play a key role. And the UNFC is one of many key tools in this work. And we want to cooperate closely with the UNFC to promote the use of the classification system. Thank you for having me here, and I wish you all the best for a further successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emil. I know you need to leave quickly, so I'll ask one quick question for you. It's one that I was going to ask, but also there's been some other discussion within the comment bar on this as well. It's around the challenges of communicating the need for raw materials to a broader society, particularly those who may not fully understand the technical requirements and details of why we need a broad spectrum of materials within our society. Has Sweden come up with a mechanism or some thoughts about how they're going to overcome the challenges of communicating with society? And do you believe the UNFC can play a part in that?
Thank you very much for your question. I don't think we have the ultimate key to the problem to communicate about this, but I have seen some signs in the Swedish broader debate that the need for both the traditional metals and for those special metals and minerals have increased. And when you talk about the electrification of the transport system and the need for batteries and for wind power plants and for high-speed train, etc., when you combine those reforms and the need for metals and minerals, I have seen a debate that is developing anyhow.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I think it truly, communication is going to really be one of the great challenges that we have. It's something that has been an issue for the exploitative, extractive industries for very many years, and making sure that we can get people to understand the need to have a smooth transition. And the role that hydrocarbons and minerals are going to play in the future in helping us to achieve that, I think is a real challenge that we all have. Thank you very much, Emil. That was an excellent presentation, and certainly has sparked a lot of interesting thoughts in my mind, and I'm sure in others as well. Our next presenter is Zdeněk Venera, who works as director of the Czech Geological Survey. He works in the field of earth sciences for decision-making in the field of mineral resources, groundwater, geological risks, and the environment. As a representative of the Czech Republic in the Committee for Environmental Protection within the System of Antarctic Treaties, and a member of the Czech Geological Society, the Czech Tectonic Group, Central European Tectonic Groups, and since 2015 he's been a member of the Scientific Council for the Minister of the Environment, and Zdeněk also serves as permanent guest of the Council for Research, Experimental Development, and Innovation. He'll be speaking on the Eurogeo Survey's members' contributions to the UNFC and UNRMS. So, Zdeněk, I'll pass over to you now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the floor. It's a great honor to be invited to speak in this workshop. And first of all, I would like to start with introduction of the Eurogeo surveys. Let me just... Yeah, so we are an association of European Geological Surveys, altogether 37 surveys. We represent altogether a workforce over 10,000 employees, and the overall budget would be more than 700 million euros per year. The founding idea of our association is the common will to work together and both to help each other and to work for the benefit of Europe, of the European Union. What is the core of the competence of Eurogeo surveys? It's a number of expert groups which are dedicated to different subjects and for this workshop, the most important is the expert group of mineral resources, which is led by Daniel Oliveira from the Portuguese ELNEC, which provides, I must appreciate, a great leadership to this expert group. What is the mission of the Mineral Resources Expert Group? It's to provide the best available mineral expertise and information based on the knowledge base of member geological surveys for policy, industry, communication and education processes at the European level. That it's just to underline that we are building on the knowledge base from national geological surveys, and the role of Eurogeo surveys is to integrate this knowledge and databases. And the vision of this Mineral Resources Expert Group is to become the leading partner within a European mineral information network or other form of a cooperation that will provide tools and expertise to support sustainable mineral supply for Europe. And I must say that in reality, our main client is European Commission. And just quick facts, it gathers altogether 71 experts and 33 national surveys are represented. There are numerous activities. It's a support to EU raw materials policy. We are developing a European Eurogeo survey strategy. I will go to this more in next slides. And we've been working in many minerals related projects like Screen 2, PanFGeo, MDNP. And we also work, of course, with other partners like UNEC. A recent result of the Mineral Resources Expert Group was the exercise on the priorities of the research topics. And for this area, it's the inventory and assessment and classification of raw materials, which is directly related to UNFC. Then the second topic, which is the exploration of undiscovered deposits. In this respect, I really appreciated the words of Peter Handley, highlighting the need for new data and the focus on deeper deposits. That's today really the essential condition for our progress, because many countries have geophysical data 50, 60 years old, while the technology is progressing there is a real need to invest in the collection of new data. But this is a demanding task for all the countries and for the European Union. And the third topic is the recycling and the reuse potential of mineral-based secondary resources. We are currently working on preparation of the coordination and support action to be supported by the European Commission. And to this topic, strategic research and innovation agenda is related. It should be a document which would be embraced by the CSA, and at the same time it will live on, and it will be a living document that will be updated on a regular basis. And our main topics are these that you can see: the resourcing of Europe, climate change and decarbonization, safety and security and well-being, and Europe's digital twin. For national geological surveys, all those four topics are sort of interconnected. And over many years, Eurogeo surveys has been developing and working according to a strategy which is focusing on establishing a geological service for Europe. We can see it as based on three pillars, which is research, infrastructure, which means especially data infrastructure, and outreach. sharing knowledge and infrastructure. For us, very important part of our activities is the collaboration with the external organizations like regional organizations of geological surveys like OAGS in Africa or SGMI in Latin America, CCOP in Southeast Asia, working with big partners like USGS or Natural Resources Canada, and also with the main world's organizations like many UN organizations, including UNEC. And we have been engaged in many international projects. I would like to highlight especially the currently high flyer PANAFGEO, which is focused on delivering knowledge to African geological surveys, and one of the work packages is dedicated to management of mineral resources. Now, a little bit more about the relationship between Eurogeo surveys and UNEC. We have a memorandum of understanding between these two institutions or organizations. EGS is also represented in a Bureau of Expert Group on resource management, and we as members of USGS are also actively implementing UNFC classification and resource management system on the project base. Currently, we're working on a program of GeoERA, financed or co-financed by European Commission, and one of the four main topics is raw materials. And there are four projects within the topic of raw materials. I guess you will hear about it more later on from my Hungarian colleague Zoltán. But especially the project Mintel for EU embraces UNFC. And as I mentioned, that we are preparing the coordinating support action. This will also include topics related to UNFC and critical raw materials. One of the topics is a reassessment of EU resources, which should include collection of new data. And then the second is developing of a database with the ideal state, fully harmonized data on mineral resources according to UNFC, and linking to the Inspired GeoPortal. And the third is our activity on promoting and building capacity of UNFC and UNRMS. But it has to be said that this is not an easy goal, because there are extensive databases on mineral resources in different European countries at different levels, but they are currently being used different systems of classification, and to harmonize it and transform it into a new system, the UNFC classification, it will require a lot of personal capacities and a lot of investment, and that's an idea that should be adopted by the national governments and supported by the national governments, because they are the bodies that establish the geological surveys. So I would like to thank you for your attention, and as we as GeoSurveys are really eager to collaborate with the UNEC on the topic of United Framework Classification. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zdenek. One quick question for me is what do you think that the time frame that the Geological Survey needs to have for its vision looking forward on being able to deliver the European Green Deal? Is this a short term, a long term? Is it a 1-2 decade issue? What's the time frame of the forward plan?
It's quite a long way to go, a decade, definitely. But, for the people dealing with the mineral sector, it's a normal time framework. That's nothing happens in a year. So this is nothing not familiar to us. But we see our role in achieving the European Green Deal as really essential. Because one way is mineral resources, that critical mineral resources that are necessary for high-tech production to be able to deploy renewables. And the other direct source is geothermal. And we agree in geologic surveys that geothermal is one prominent way to achieve the European Green Deal. That would be it, briefly.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments.
Pleasure.
Yeah. So I think we'll have some time to come
this
back for some more
meeting is no longer being recorded.
at the end now. So thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Peter van de Ven, who's head of national accounts at the OECD. He's had a number of positions in the field around national accounts and government finance statistics. He was director of the national accounts from 2003 through 2011 when he joined OECD. He's responsible there for the non-financial and financial national accounts, environmental, economic accounting, and composite of leading indicators. He's been heavily involved in international discussions on the enhancement of statistics with a particular focus on national accounts, government finance statistics, environmental economic accounting, and satellite accounting. Peter is a member of the advisory expert group on national accounts from its beginnings and is a member of the UN Committee of Experts on Environmental Economic Accounting, also from the start of that. Peter is going to give a presentation on OECD Statistics Directorate, the SEEA framework, and raw materials reporting. So, Peter, if I can hand over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. You can hear me? I assume yes.
Yes, we can. Yep, yeah. That's good. All good.
Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity to address this actually very large audience of specialists on raw materials management. My presentation will mainly deal with statistics, so it will probably be more boring than the others, and I'm sorry for that. But as I see it, good, consistent, and comprehensive statistics are critical for adequate policy analysis and adequate policy making. Next slide, please. When I prepared this presentation, I thought of first dealing with international standards for environmental economic accounting, and then go into the work that we do on the accounting for natural resources, and especially mineral and energy resources. But I must say that listening to the previous presentations, I've decided to slightly modify my presentation and put actually more emphasis on the development of statistical information systems that allow for an improved monitoring and analysis of interactions between economy and environment, because I think that is critical for the future. I indeed will address the work we do on accounting for mineral and energy resources as part of this broader project on capturing the interactions between the economy and environment. But well, probably several people within the audience are better aware of all the challenges with accounting for these resources than I am. So I will quickly go through that part of the presentation. So next slide. looking there are several international standards for accounting for the interaction between economy and environment. And the most important one is the SEA, the System of Environmental Economic Accounting Central Framework, that was adopted as an international standard by the UN Statistical Commission in 2012. At that stage, there was also a part on ecosystem accounting that complements this central framework. But at that stage, in 2012, it was considered still not mature enough to make it international standards. So there was this experimental ecosystem accounting. Actually, there's a lot of work going on the accounting for ecosystems, for ecosystem services and ecosystem assets. And we are currently in a process of global consultation on a revised set of accounting standards for standards for accounting for ecosystems. And if everything goes well, we should be able to have an endorsement of these standards in the March 2021 meeting of the UN Statistical Commission, and then we would have also international standards for ecosystem accounting. There are several, more partial frameworks or standards which focus on certain parts of the central framework, and SEA Energy is one of them, which is fully consistent with the central framework, but provides much more details on, for example, in this case, the energy accounts. Next slide. So the main goal of these standards is to account for the relationship between economy and environment. I will show you a graphical illustration next, but important is that it's fully integrated with the system of national accounts, which describe the macroeconomic developments. It concerns both stocks and related flows. So take, for example, mineral and energy resources, we're looking at stocks, but also the flows, depletion of those resources. The whole framework is coherent and internally consistent, trying to arrive at a comprehensive measure. And I should add, importantly, that it does not only concern physical data, but also monetary valuations of the resources and depletion, for example. So next slide. So in this, I think we have some interference.
Please mute your microphone, Ms. Rommel.
As host, you can mute them.
Yeah, we don't have the full administrative rights. So certain for, especially if you are connecting through microphone, please mute.
Okay, I'll try. So in this graph, on the top you see the economy, the description of economic activities that we do in national accounts, and on the bottom of this graph you see the environmental environment, and I represented this in terms of the environmental assets, including ecosystem assets. But it does not only relate to assets, also to the flows which change these assets. And importantly, in the system of environmental economic assets, we try to show the interaction. So from the economy, what are the residuals which we which affect the environment, like the emissions to air and water, but also waste, material flows, etc. And On the other hand, you see that we also get inputs which feed into the economy from the environment, and this may be obviously the depletion of mineral and energy resources, but may also relate more broadly to ecosystem services. And I think that part becomes more and more prominent when you look at ecosystem assets and ecosystem services. And perhaps a couple of more words on ecosystem service. You have to think about provisioning services, which is timber, fish, biomass, etc., but also about regulating and maintenance services like air filtration, water filtration, carbon sequestration, flood mitigation, etc., that type of service, as well as cultural services that can be provided by nature, by these ecosystem assets. And so that may be a recreation or simply the aesthetic enjoyment of nature. So this system for ecosystem accounting tries to capture these services, tries to measure them in physical units and in monetary units, but it does not only try to capture the flows of these services from nature to the economy, but also the assets that are related to that. So it's a much broader picture than the natural resources we typically think of in terms of land, water, mineral and energy resources, soil, etc. Next slide, please. I skip that one. The next one. As part of this project on system of environmental economic accounting, we also try to compile and provide users with compliant data sets, SIA compliant data sets. Basically, the goal is to provide direct access to these databases to everyone, developed from national data preferably, with a coverage across countries as much as possible, and also to have a single entry portal on the SIA website. You see here the address of this website, so that people know where to go and find data according to the system of the environmental economic accounting. There are currently 4 priority areas in developing these statistics. One is on air emissions. The second one is on energy. The third one is accounts for material flows. And the fourth one is related to accounts for water. Actually, the OECD has taken lead role for air emissions and natural resources asset accounting. And then, well, the rest of my presentation is more about the work we do on mineral and energy resources. So next slide. Well, this must be familiar to a lot of you. We look at known deposits of oil resource, natural gas, coal, peat, non-metallic minerals and metallic minerals. If you look at the SIA, the system of the environmental economic accounts, we try to aggregate these known stocks into 3 classes, A, B, and C. We'll tell more about it, but it's fully consistent and they are defined using the UNFC 2009 classifications. And we think it has many advantages to use this classification. It's an international agreed classification. It applies to both mineral and energy resources, but also it goes even broader, and it can be mapped with the various classifications that are used by others. So we have, and that's perhaps also a big problem, big issue, that we have all these this variety in classifications, which makes it quite difficult to arrive at internationally comparable data on mineral and energy resources. Next slide. So here we have, I would say, the most important classifications. I will not spend too much time on it because many of you may be familiar with it. There's the SPE PRMS classification. It's not such fancy acronyms, I guess, but it's developed by the Society of Petroleum Engineers. Petroleum Resources Management System. You have the CRISCO, which was developed by a Committee for Mineral Reserves, and then you have the UNFC and the SIA, which is basically an aggregation of the UNFC classification. I've added, next slide, some slides on, what kind of distinctions do these classifications make? It's for your information. I will not deal in more detail with it. The next slide. This is the SPE one. This is the CRISCO classification. If you're interested, please have a look at it. More details can be found in the links I provided. The next one is then the UNFC classification. Which, well, I saw it in previous presentations many times, this picture, so you know of it. Next one. And then this is the SIA classification, where we have this class A, B, and C as an aggregation of the UNFC one. So next presentation. Here we show and that was quite some work to show the correspondence between the various classifications. This one for oil and gas, looking at the SPE, the UNFC, and the SIA classification. Next slide. This one is for minerals, making the link between CRISCO, UNFC, and SIA. Next one. And then what we observe, you have quite a number of resources, of sources from which you can derive information. You have various national data sources. Here I've made a list of specific countries we looked at, but you also have the international data resources like the ones from BP, UN Energy Information Administration, US Geological Survey, and the OPEC one. One problem is that data are often not comparable. It's quite some work to arrive at a consistent, internationally and comprehensive data set of data on mineral and energy resources. And it was quite challenging to arrive at such an internationally comparable data set. So next slide, which is what we have collected at the OECD. We have official data for 13 mineral and energy resources. And what I said, really key challenge is the varying formats and the need to make this translation to SIA, UNFC classifications. But also, well, we have a quite limited coverage currently of countries, but this is the link to the data set that we produce on mineral and energy resources. The next slide. So, well, we are looking obviously to have a better coverage of countries, looking for countries who are interested in the statistical reporting of physical stocks of natural resources. But what is necessary is we need metadata, what definitions are exactly provided. We prefer national data sources above these international data sources where we feel more confident it comes from the country itself. And we would definitely invite all countries to share their experience and the difficulties they encounter. So We do also quite some work on guidance on valuing mineral and energy resources, which is an expertise of itself. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. I really enjoyed your talk. I think the work that you're doing in the SEA framework is actually a very important part to delivering on the goals that we're looking for in the SDGs. I'm just curious, do you see that the SEA framework is going to need to change in response to the urgency in delivering on the SDGs and the Paris Agreement, et cetera, and particularly, I suppose, around the need for flexibility, looking at more than just kind of proven resources, but looking at the entire resource base and looking across different commodities. So not just minerals, but petroleum and renewables as well.
Definitely. I do think, if you look at the SEA Central Framework, it's mainly targeted at looking at natural resources in a quite limited way. It's looking mainly at mineral energy resources, renewable resources. We need to have a much better accounting of renewable resources, I think. In addition to have better accounting for mineral and energy resources, but renewables obviously become more and more prominent, air and wind energy. We need to have much better account for this transition to an sustainable use of resources. And for me, it's also important, I alluded to that, this accounting for ecosystems more generally, to have a much broader concept of natural capital and the interaction between the economy and our natural asset base, which is much broader. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Peter. I'm going to jump in before we go on to our last feature, because there's been an awful lot of conversation in the chat section there on the advantages and disadvantages of UNFC versus Crisco. And I just want to kind of jump in and give a couple of my thoughts on that as chair of the EGRM that produces the UNFC. We work very closely with Crisco. Crisco has been represented on the bureau of the expert group for decades. In fact, they're probably one of the earliest participants in the modern development of the UNFC. The UNFC's mineral specifications are based on Crisco. So Crisco is fully part of the UNFC. The Crisco template it can be thought of as actually as a subset of the UNFC. The UNFC itself is broader. We look at the entire resource base. So not just those volumes that are approaching the stage of commerciality, whether there be mineral reserves, proved or probable, or resources that are progressing towards that. But we look at the entire resource base all the way back to exploration level volumes that may come to development at some point in time. But the important thing that the UNFC provides is, as Peter just mentioned, the importance of this is that we're not just talking about minerals. We're talking about petroleums, anthropogenic resources, renewable resources, to give governments, investors, and in a growing way, companies that are looking at broadening across multiple commodities, the ability to compare and contrast projects that are approaching different commodities to achieve our energy and sustainable development goals. The UNFC is unique in this, the ability to communicate across this broader spectrum of all of the different commodities. The EGRM doesn't view ourselves as being in any way competition with Crisco or PRMS in addressing the needs of the specific commodity communities. We do believe that the UNFC can be used in conjunction with the PRMS and with CRISCO in very useful ways. And I think you can see that in the development of the Pan-African Reporting Code, PARC, which is based on the UNFC. But again, the minerals reporting portion of that comes through use of the CRISCO template. So I don't think there's any need for discussion about which one is better, because they're different. They're approaching different problems. They're trying to solve different problems, and they work best when they work together, which is why we have such close communication and participation with CRISCO and as well with the Society of Petroleum Engineers. I hope that's added a bit of clarification to that point there. And again, thank you very much, Peter. Really interesting talk.
May I make one additional comment, please? Yeah. No, I saw in the chat, but it's a lot in the chat, so I could not read it. But I suggested that we prefer national classifications above international classification. That's certainly not true. We definitely favor to have a unified classification, but we prefer to go for national data sources because often they provide much more detail, much more metadata to allow for a translation to an internationally comparable number. So I wanted to add that and avoid this misunderstanding. Thanks.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Glad I see that question there as well. Thank you very much for addressing that. Really interesting presentation. We'll move now to our final speaker, who is Tom Butler, who's been CEO of the ICMM since July of 2015. Before that, he spent 18 years with the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group, in the infrastructure and natural resource teams, focused mainly on mining and power projects across Africa. Tom was the IFC's global head of mining, where he led a multidisciplinary team of specialists responsible for the IFC's financing of mining exploration and development in emerging market countries. He's going to talk to us about the global mining outlook, sustainability initiatives, and challenges. So, Tom, I can pass to you, please.
Thank you very much, David, and it's a great honour to speak this morning. Thank you for the invitation. I know that some of you are very familiar with ICMM and some may be less familiar, so I'd just like to kick off with a quick overview of the organisation. We're a voluntary membership of 27 mining and metals companies, together accounting for around a third of the industry. And most of the national and commodity organisations have affiliate membership, meaning that they get access to our meetings and knowledge, but they don't have to comply with member commitments. Our mission speaks to improving members' environmental and social contribution through collaboration and articulating the positive contribution of the industry in host countries and communities. And we hope to influence the rest of the industry through leadership and good example. But the underlying rationale for ICMM is as valid today as on the day we were founded in 2002, which is to preserve the industry's access to markets, capital, and projects by getting our mission right. Over the years, I think we've been very successful in helping to improve members' performance and reputation, but I think the jury's out on whether we're keeping up with societal expectations, which continue to evolve very fast, as I'll discuss. I should just mention, given the discussion of CRISCO and all the discussion in the chat, that ICMM is the main funder of CRISCO and has supported CRISCO for many years, and we see that as a key part of improving transparency and understanding and helping everyone make the right investment and policy decisions around mineral reserves and resources. There are three key aspects that underlie ICMM's success to date. Firstly, as I said, it's a collaborative that seeks to focus on knowledge sharing, guidance and learning where there's some clear benefit to bringing members together on a topic. Secondly, it has a set of member commitments that are recognised externally to embody good practice and which evolve in response to the external context, and which joining companies have to demonstrate through a rigorous process that they can fully meet within 2 years. And last but not least, it's a CEO-led organisation. The council consists of the member CEOs who have agreed not to delegate attendance, and where necessary, they roll up their sleeves to deal with challenging topics, for example, climate change, free, prior, informed consent, and so on. Now, members of one of the commitments is to deliver the metals needed for modern society, as we've been discussing today, in a sustainable way. But that is in the face of what as I said, with very fast-moving societal expectations. And we try on behalf of the members to keep a close eye on emerging trends and the external context as it's impacting the industry. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about what I see as the main issues. Now, you could list a very long set of issues, but I want to focus on what we view as the top 5. So the first one is continued concerns and challenges with securing and maintaining social license, which has come up in some of the earlier speakers' comments. This is very challenging to get right with increasing and varying expectations, and there's a need to track and deliver on promises that have been made over decades in some cases. And we've seen this year COVID complicating things further, as inequality and unemployment is likely to be exacerbated by the after effects of the pandemic, especially in emerging markets. The social performance function within member companies seeks to support the business to deliver on social license through taking a whole of enterprise and integrated approach. And of course, this has been a key topic given the events that unfolded with Rio Tinto earlier this year in Australia. The strengthening of the social management approach by members has been identified as an area for improvement, with the integration of social performance into business decision-making and building the capacity of social practitioners a priority in our current action plan. The second key challenge that we see is continued concerns around health and safety and the need to do no harm, whether to employees or to surrounding communities. Of course, this is overlaid by the concerns about tailings following Brumadinho, and much of our effort over the last year has been to address this concern through the tailings review that we mandated. But it speaks to fatalities more generally, and we see the likes of the Wall Street Journal and others probing whether companies are adequately reporting on community fatalities by mining. And it speaks to concerns also with proper environmental stewardship. The third topic is continued demands from stakeholders for greater transparency, disclosure, and disclosure around how we're performing and accountability with respect to responsible mining, with an increasing focus on social aspects. The marked increase in interest from investors in ESG is one manifestation of this, as is the concern from end users such as Tesla and BMW, who are paying a lot more attention to the supply chain than in the past. This is complicated further by the very often differing demands from various stakeholder groups for information, or even within the same stakeholder groups, such as investors. We've launched earlier this year what we call our enhanced mining principles, which our members have started to implement and which seek to articulate and disclose what good practice looks like on a site-by-site basis. And by the way, they have a very significant social component, much more so than in previous initiatives similar to this. They were developed initially under pressure from end users, but investors have shown much greater interest over the last 18 months as they seek to articulate better what they mean and understand by ESG. And this used to be a European investor issue mainly, but we see North Americans increasingly focusing on this as well. The fourth issue is the impact of digitization and automation and what that means for the future of work, not just for companies, but also for the ability of host communities to continue to benefit in an automated environment. And of course, this plays into the social license as well. We have an initiative to anticipate that and think through the different skills that will be needed and to do what we can to catalyze the delivery of those skills, especially in developing countries. If we don't do that well enough, we'll be playing catch up again with a social license to operate issue, which is an illustration of how cross-cutting and interconnected these issues are. And of course, we can't do this on our own. As I said, it's to catalyze the delivery, but the delivery is going to be mainly in the hands of governments and multilaterals and organizations like the UN as well. Last but not least, climate change and the transition to a local carbon economy. I mentioned earlier that expectations are evolving very fast. And just to give you one example of how fast, Rio Tinto's AGM this year, there were 37% voting under a shareholder initiative for a better approach on climate change compared to only 6% last year. And as one investor said to me the other day, this issue is here to stay. And I think almost everyone acknowledges that now, and investors will remain focused on it. Of course, there are many other contextual issues that could be cited, and when we've scanned the horizon across the issues that our members cite, we've come across a total of 15. But I thought I'd wrap up by commenting on the process that we've used to develop the tailing standard, because I think it has implications for how we could approach other issues. After Brumadinho, it was obvious to all that we, the industry, were not on top of things technically, and this was the second very large catastrophic failure affecting members in 4 years. But it was also obvious that a huge gap in trust had opened up, not only with the host community, but with governments and investors, all of whom were questioning whether the industry knew what it was doing. That's why we convened a multi-stakeholder review with investors and communities and governments represented by the United Nations Environment Programme. And it was a tortuous process. Multi-stakeholder processes are tortuous and painful, but they force dialogue and they enhance understanding. Some of our members questioned the value of the process and felt that it was resulting in too much focus on issues which they didn't see as a priority. But given the destruction of lives and environment, the issue was not just technical. And the product of this process was very robust and is much more likely to be accepted by all sides, and in consequence to also close the trust gap. We hope, because of this process, that non-members will take up the standard, and investors and governments will encourage that to happen as well. And indeed, what we're seeing already is that in some jurisdictions, for example, most recently New South Wales in Australia, they're already recommending that the standard or elements of the standard be incorporated into guidance or their regulations. And in terms of take-up, there's a group of NGOs seeking to advance and promote their own standards. And it's easy for us to counter that by asking whether they consulted investors, governments, and industry in putting the standard together. And they didn't. There are, of course, other examples of successful multi-stakeholder processes that affect our sector: the Cyanide Code, Extractives Industry Transparency Initiative, the Global Reporting Initiative, to name a few. I believe that we should be deploying such processes much more, not necessarily always at the global level, but such dialogues can be equally fruitful at the site, regional or national levels as well. And it will help us get the S right in it. The letters are interrelated, and boards have a critical role in ensuring the effective oversight of an allocation of sufficient resources to all of these letters, but the S is the hardest to get right. Of course, we use other collaborative processes as well. For example, we have a collaboration ongoing with our members' supply chain through what we call the Innovation for Cleaner, Safer Vehicles, ICSV initiative. This involves 19 OEMs, original equipment manufacturers of mobile equipment. And one of the objectives is to accelerate the transition to zero-emission vehicles. Large vehicles in the mining sector currently account for about 30 or between 30 and 50% of emissions on mines, and in some parts of the world as high as 80%. So this is an important initiative in terms of emission reduction. Let me conclude now, but just by saying that at ICMM we have initiatives underway to address all of what I've identified as the key challenges. The challenge is anticipating and keeping ahead of these expectations, which don't cease to evolve. Social performance is hard to get right and will only get harder. On emissions, we've collectively reduced Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 6% over the last 3 years, compared to a 3.5% global increase. But there, of course, is much more to do. And the focus of investors and others is now moving to Scope 3 emissions, and we've heard a little bit about that this morning as well. We will continue to remain engaged and at the table on these and other issues, and I hope that there will be opportunities to collaborate on some of them with other actors, which is the hardest to do, but the most fruitful when you get it right. And in that context, this discussion is very welcome. And the other initiative that's also very welcome coming from the UN is the initiative of the Deputy Secretary General to engage the extractive industries. She started in Africa, and we understand that that's going to rotate through each continent and then finish up with a discussion with the UN Secretary General himself in April. And it's very welcome to see an engagement at that level with the extractives industries, and hopefully points to other potential opportunities in terms of multi-stakeholder approaches. Last thing I'd like to say is the other reason this discussion is very welcome is that I think there is a need for much better communications about the issues that we're facing. A lot of the issues referred to earlier, including managing the demand and becoming a lot more efficient, are critical. And there's very little understanding in society about this. So we all need to talk about this and get this beyond specialist debates. So I'll finish there, and very happy to take a question or two, and look forward to the chat at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Really good presentation, as always. Appreciate your coming in and work with us. Got one question on the chat that I think might be interesting for you to address from Enzo Aconcha on what can the ICM do to help kind of the small scale artisanal minings perhaps become part of the solution to working to implement SDG reporting and working towards achieving those goals?
That's a very challenging question. The members face artisanal miner issues to a greater or lesser degree, depending on where they are in the world and what commodity they're mining. And the solutions tend to be very case by case. But more broadly, I think the solution lies with the fact that we have member associations, national associations, who in many countries are facing this issue, and who can act as a connection between the best practice that we've seen within member sites and the host country governments, in order to encourage better regulation, or what we call formalization of the sector, which would include better alignment with the SDGs and other good practice.
Yeah, very good. And I guess one other question I have is where everyone, of course, is seeing the move of many investors looking towards making their portfolio focused on sustainable activities, which is a challenge, of course, for the perception that many of these organizations have about mining, petroleum, the extractive industries in general. Just what challenges do you see that we could be working towards resolving to better inform and educate investors that extractive industries actually play a key role in achieving the sustainable development goals, and without continued mining and development, it's going to be challenging to reach them?
Yeah, I think that's a very critical question. A lot more interest in the last months to 2 years from investors. There's a European sort of interest, but it's now moving across into North America. And of course, that's driven by their own retail investors. So it is important that they understand that. We have, we've seen demands for much greater accountability, transparency, and of course, performance. And as I said, an emphasis on Scope 3 emissions. It's going to begin with reporting, so everyone wants to know what's being done about it, but then it's going to move into actual performance and tracking improvement. And then, of course, also focus on social issues, social performance in the supply chain, as well as on site, and human rights in the supply chain. And we've tried to address that through our mining principles, which do go down to site level and which articulate what is required. And that has been very well received by investors, and there's been a lot of interest in it. So that has helped to educate them. But I think the ongoing challenge is that we need to grow the pie in terms of the gap between the specialist investors who focus on the mining industry and who do understand it very well, and then the generalist investors who tend to shy away from it because they're sort of reluctant to get into the issues, or they feel that the potential liabilities are too high and they don't have the expertise to manage them. So the challenge as I see it is to normalize the discussion, and for investors to understand that that we are on top of these issues and that we're able to manage them, and initiatives like our mining principles are, I think, a way to do that. And I think, as I said, if we can cooperate on some of the really challenging issues with bodies like the UN or other multi-stakeholder actors, we can really solve some of the the challenges that are preoccupying the generalist investors, and the tailings was a good example. But where there are other liabilities or risks or issues which are blocking generalist investors coming into the sector, I think there should be scope for us to cooperate in coming up with similar solutions.
Yeah, very, very, very good. Thank you very much for that, Tom. I mean, I personally find this a really interesting discussion point. It actually goes back to my earlier intervention about the value of the UNFC and its ability to go across all the different commodity groups. One thing I think investors sometimes miss is the fact that renewable energies also have an environmental footprint. They have social and economic issues that can be positive and negative as well. I mean, an example, just this last week here in Ireland, a wind farm has been blamed for a possible bog collapse that has damaged a salmon fishery here near Donegal. And this is not the first time that's happened here in Ireland. So it's the impact and having a common way of speaking about the social environmental risks associated with all of the different commodities, I think is one of the real values that the UNFC does bring to us. So I'd like to thank all of our speakers. Great sessions, and I think we hit an awful lot of interesting topics. We've got about 5 minutes for any other additional questions that people might have. So continue to use the chat room if you can there. If you have a comment that you'd like to bring out, but I'd perhaps like to maybe ask any of the speakers that would like to address this is what would you, if you could ask for one improvement or addition to the UNFC to help bring out value to the issues that you're addressing and the need to try and reach the European Green Deal, what would they be? What do you think we can add? So, I mean, I'll open that up to all the speakers, Peter, Tom, Zdenek, Scott, if any of you have any, Emil I know has already gone off, but if any of you have any thoughts, I'd really like to hear those.
Dave, if I can come in, this is Scott.
Yes, please.
I had two thoughts that I thought are worth mentioning. I know your question was more on the technical angle, but I find this focus on centers of excellence for training and education, deployment, dissemination is hugely important. And that's actually a two-directional conversation, because by engaging with the local stakeholder communities, you get a better appreciation of the challenges that they might face. So part of it is dissemination, and part of it is making the system that much more robust. The second angle is on UNRMS. This is the beginning of a journey, which is turning the, I say static, which is not the best word, but the framework classification system more towards a robust evolutionary resource management system. I think if we could get support for that activity, that would be a major step forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Scott. Good intervention there. We have one question that's come up about personnel and working within and potential for loss of jobs due to automation. I know that's actually one that I addressed quite a bit in my previous role. Is I don't feel that automation is actually something that people need to be afraid of in terms of personnel. These sorts of things actually generate new jobs by changing the roles that people play, and people shouldn't be afraid of new technology, because it does make things better for the future, and allows people to move on to more skilled roles and have for themselves generally have a better role moving forward. Another question. Yeah,
can I jump in on that?
Yep.
David? Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is something that we're trying to catalyze a discussion on, and I think it's an interesting question. And I'd agree with you that it's likely that the overall job equation is unlikely to change, but there will be different kinds of skills needed, and the challenge will be to to make sure that people have appropriate training or retraining, and that the next generation is being trained for what future skills are going to look like as opposed to today's skills. And that's the challenge that we're trying to articulate and catalyze action on. And of course, it depends on the rate of change will depend on the cost of labor in different countries. You won't see automation happen as fast in Africa as in places like Australia and Europe, simply because the commercial incentive isn't as strong. It will happen, and it is critical also that host communities are prepared for this as well, because they will usually, especially in developing countries, they seek to obtain jobs from incoming mining operations, and the kind of skills they will need to be able to capture those jobs will be different. And so in the next 10 to 15 years, I think it's going to be critical that we focus on this and that we mobilize resources and training to support the changes. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. And we have another question here on how do we believe that investors will assign monetary value to sustainability? How will they put that into their mix? And again, that's precisely one of the things that we want to be using the UNFC for by giving, and the UNRMS, which will be the resource management system that's coming up after as an adjunct to the UNFC, is how do you evaluate which projects you should be taking forward or which ones you should be investing in? How do you weigh the societal, environmental, sustainability issues along with the fiscal outcomes from them? And I hope that's a question that we can bring up in the second half of the presentations today that will be coming up during the case studies and application of the UNFC in the session that Slavko will be moderating in an hour from now. I think we're actually just at the hour now, so I think we'll go ahead and close the session. I'll hand back over to Harry for any housekeeping things that need to be done. But overall, very interesting discussion. Again, thank all of the speakers and all of you who have been listening and participating and taking care of by asking some questions for us. I believe the session's been recorded and will be online at some point in time. Harry, you might want to make a comment about that for the speakers. So I'll hand back over to you, Harry.
Thank you, Dave, for nice moderating and keeping the time. We all are very much appreciative of all the nice presentations given by the 6 speakers today. I will also thank all the participants for staying for 2 hours. Almost all of you are here still. We have the next session starting in 2 hours at 2 p.m. Central European time. So I will like to welcome all of you back to this session and hope to see you in 2 hours from now. And if any one of you are not coming back, I will also bring your attention to our next event, that is Sustainable Energy Week, next week. And you have the link in the presentation here where you can get more details. It is in the UNEC website. All the presentations which are provided today will be uploaded shortly in the website of the meeting, which most all of you will be having. And we will be sharing the link in the chat window. It was already shared, but if you are back in the afternoon session, we'll be sharing the link again. So I will stop here, and I will hope to see you back soon for the second session, which will be looking into actual application of UNFC in much more detail. Thank you very much.
This meeting is no longer being recorded.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I was giving you messages through the chat saying that, yeah, I. Mm, yeah. Mm, mm, yeah. Mm. I have given you the G drive. I can send you the G drive folder. Yeah. 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 Mm, mm, mm. Oh, okay. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. Okay. Mm.
Hello, Harry. Harry,
Hi, Elena. How are you?
would you like me to be host?
Yeah, no problem.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Just
And you will tell me when
yeah.
to start recording. Thank you.
Yeah, 2:00. Just
Okay.
start it, and yeah,
Okay.
we'll start
Thank you.
sharply.
Thanks.
Harry, may I have a question?
Yeah, please.
I noticed a small error in my PPT on the third slide. Maybe after compression of slides, some icons cannot see. And I sent you a corrected version based on the collected PPT that you have sent. And the question is, can you or Yelena help to change the presentation, or shall I provide slides and share my screen?
I can add it into your. I will just add it in your. Let me see. I just saw it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me check. Sultan.
Yes.
Yeah, I changed it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. See you later.
See you. Hi, Usain. Nice seeing you. You are muted. You are muted. Yeah, but we'll catch up later.
Hello.
Hello.
check. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, this is, who is this?
Yanya.
Yania. Okay, yeah, I can see you now. Yeah.
So, yeah, just to check, to test it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no problem.
fine.
I can see you also now. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you.
See you later.
See.
Hi, Harry. It's Erica
Hi.
here.
Oh, Erika, I don't see you, but yeah, I can hear you.
I'll try to start my video. Can you see me now?
Yes, we see you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I can see you now. Yeah.
Excellent.
And I also
Great.
want to check and say hello.
Hi, Suraya.
Then I mute and stop my video.
Okay.
Yeah, you will be giving the presentation, or Ulrich will be also participating?
Hello, Harry.
Hello, Slavko. I thought you forgot us.
Well, I was thinking, but then I thought,
Yeah.
Not a good idea.
Yeah. Right.
So tell me, everything going well?
Yeah, we have, let me see who are here now. First presenter is I am the first one, so I am already here. Sultan is here. Yania is here.
Okay.
Erika is here. Suraya is here. So I'm only.
Everyone is here.
Pasi.
Yes, I am here.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Do you need to leave before, or you would leave a bit before 4, as you said?
Yeah. I have to be in another meeting that starts at 5 o'clock Finnish time. That's 4 o'clock Central European time.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you are not the last one, but one before. So I think the current order would be okay with you. Is that fine?
Yes, it is. It is fine.
Okay, good. Anything else, Harry, that I should know?
That is all. We already have about 60 people, 58 people logged in.
Good. Good.
So
okay.
We still have 10 minutes.
And people should be muted, right?
Yeah, sometimes if people connect through mobile phone, it is difficult for us to mute. We don't have the rights access.
Yeah. Oh, for the mobile phone, you don't have the rights. Yes. Okay. I'll make a specific note on the mobile phones.
Yeah.
And I read the questions and I address to certain people, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't let anyone to speak except me, huh?
Yeah. If you can keep an eye on the chat, that will be great.
Yeah, I will look at the chat. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Not an issue. Well, it was a good morning session, I believe.
Yeah, it was good. A lot of we could not answer all the questions from the chat, but okay, we will. Try to.
Well, I would expect a bit less people here and a bit more technical and stuff.
Yeah.
You are going to warn people if they are too long, or?
We don't usually want. We expect people to keep the time, but you can remind them if they are going slightly over the time.
Hi, Slavko.
Hello.
Hi, Elena, Soraya, and Pasi. Hi.
Everything fine with you?
Yes, thanks.
Good. Okay, see you then in
10 minutes, 8
yes.
minutes.
I might come back.
Okay.
Or as Arnie would say, I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, you can. Good afternoon from Geneva, and good morning and good evening to people joining from other parts of the world. I'm Hari Tulsidas from UNECE, and I, along with other colleagues, welcome you back to the session and also welcomes the people who are joining this workshop for the first time. I would like to remind that this workshop is being jointly organized by the European Commission, DG GROW, Eurogeo Surveys, and UNECE, and a large number of people have worked behind the scenes. Let me welcome all of you to this second session of the UNFC Europe workshop. This session will be on case studies and expert opinion on the application of United Nations Framework Classification. This session will be moderated by Slavko Solar, Secretary General of Eurogeo Surveys. Slavko is a mineral resource geologist who has worked as an exploration geologist for many years, from 1984 to 1991, and then moved on to the position of Head of Unit of Economic Geology Department from 1991 to 1997 at the Geological Survey of Slovenia. Thereafter, he became a consultant advisor for the Slovenian government and industry on minerals, resources management, and sustainability, and was coordinator of mining public service until 2012. From 2012 to 2016, he was seconded as a national expert to European Commission, DG Growth, Unit C2, Resource Efficiency and Raw Materials. Afterwards, he served as a senior officer at DG Joint Research Center in Land Resources Unit, and currently he is the Secretary General of Eurogeo Surveys. So I will welcome Slavko and hand over the floor to him to continue with the proceedings. Thank you. Slavko.
Thank you, Hari. A very good morning, afternoon, good evening. I'm not sure if we would also say good late night, but nevertheless. I think we will have a very interesting session, as we did in the morning. This time a bit more on the technical aspects. So just a bit of repetition what Hari said. There is a chat, open forum, where you could put the questions for the speakers. Hopefully, we'll have an open forum in the last part of the session. And I think we could start by also saying mute your microphones. I learned that those with mobile phones, Hari cannot control, so special attention to those who are listening through mobile phones to mute. Saying all this, let's start. And as Hari reminded me how old I am, how much experience I am, I'm very happy that I'll be introducing him, as he would have the first presentation. So Hari Tulsidas has over 30 years of experience in management of natural resources and materials, including extensive experience in exploration, resource evaluation, classification, techno-economic feasibility studies, sustainable energy development, data analysis, information processing, simulation studies, public reporting, and innovation management. Hari currently works as an economic affairs officer at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. He leads the development, maintenance, and application of United Nations Framework Classification for Resources, as well as the United Nations Resource Management System. So, Hari, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Slavko. I will briefly show some details on UNFC, especially UNFC's mineral specifications, which is more applicable to raw materials, and a little bit on UNFC Europe guidelines. We will have a following presentation on anthropogenic resources, which is another aspect of raw materials later in this session. To start with, since this is a case study session, I thought it will be good to start with an example. Here I have taken the numbers from a real example, but I'm not just revealing which deposit it is. It is a nickel sulfide mineralization hosted by serpentines. Nickel is contained both in nickel sulfides and in silicates, such as anticorite, olivine, and pyroxene. If you see the resource report of this resource or this project, we see that 329,000 tons of nickel resources in indicated and measured and indicated and inferred category has been reported for this project with 0.013% grade. That is the headline of this resource reporting. But hidden behind the text, a lot of voluminous text, we can dig out more numbers from this resource. And we find that the reported 329,000 tons is only for the sulfide mineralization part of this deposit, because that is the only economical part of these resources. We don't have the technological feasibility is more favoring sulfides, whereas oxides, as I told earlier, nickel contained in oxides will not be recovered. We don't have a very good feasible technology for doing that. But if you calculate, we find that additional 244,000 tons of nickel is there in the oxide. So if you put the total together, the nickel resources should be 75% higher. That is 573,000 tons with a higher grade, 57% higher grade, that is 0.179. It is true that this additional resources additional material cannot be considered as resources in industrial reporting standards. They go into the waste, they go into the tailings, so they will be lost forever if we don't capture this data. This is the biggest problem we face today. We have a lot of incompleteness in information we have when we are thinking about sustainability in mineral production, conserving mineral resources as much as possible, reducing footprint, etc. And this is where we go with UNFC. UNFC, as we say, is managing to bring out a new geo-vision that is required to support 3 transitions that are happening today. We all know energy transition from fossil fuels to more greener energy, mobility transition, again from a fossil fueled transportation to something which is more cleaner. And in the background, we have a digital transition also going on. That is, for example, enabling us from over 100 countries to gather together today to discuss these issues. This transformation, we have to see whether it could be supported by the current approaches, standards we have today with us. Many of these existing standards are based on ideas which are dating a century or more. It was perfected at a time during 1970s and 80s when we thought that resources are limited and we are getting peak resources everywhere, where we think that extraction without consideration for any other aspect other than economics is the norm. And the benefits only should go to the stockholders or the investors, and other stakeholders are not worth to be mentioned in the discourse. So the response was essentially that we had a number of scams where fly-by-night operators came around and tried to take advantage of the stock exchange, etc. And existing standards try to stem that kind of scams. But today we have additional challenges. We understand that all these challenges remain, but today we know that resources are not running out. We still have a lot of resources, but we face a mounting social opposition. So we may have resources in the ground or above the ground, wherever, but we may not have the feasibility to use it because there is a strong social opposition. So there is going to be an alignment of interest of both stockholders and stakeholders in this venture when we go forward. And today we see that investors are reluctant to invest in conventional projects for minerals or petroleum due to a lot of problems which are centered around public acceptance of these projects. So we need to see how this could be managed in the future. So what at UNECE we are trying to do with the expert group on resource management, which has got participation of over 300 experts from different backgrounds. What we try to do is we try to capture all this as a set of fundamental principles which could bring us together and then lead us in a pathway that could be balanced, responsible, and acceptable to all the people. So I have listed a list of preliminary suggestions which are not finalized yet. We can add or we can subtract from this group, but just see what are all mentioned, like responsibility to the planet is a number one principle that should be leading raw material resource utilization. Integrated, indivisible management of resources. We borrow these terms from the Sustainable Development Goals document, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We should have a systems view because it is a complex system and we don't know if you are tinkering with one part of the system, how it is going to impact other parts. We should have social license to operate. We should have a full license view. We should move away from the commodity system which we use today. We think that minerals are just to be gathered and put into bags and then sold in the market. We should slowly try to move towards circular economy by having a service orientation rather than having a commodity orientation to resource management. Then we say about comprehensive resource recovery. When we are taking out resources like nickel, example I have told you, we should try to take out all the resources that are available in the excavated material or the material which has been mined out. It may not be possible today to do that, but maybe if we give it a try, maybe in 5 years, 10 years down the line, we will be having the technology which will be ready to address oxide nickel minerals, for example. But we should strive in that direction. We should have an ongoing research program, innovation program to do that. Then that will take us to total circularity. Like we have zero waste and also we have zero harm, including carbon emissions, where we can make the whole project totally socially and environmentally viable. We should look into innovation because we cannot have all this with the current technologies. Maybe hybridization, that is mixing and matching of technology. That is what we think is best for innovation. And finally, we should have a committed workforce which should be behind all this with core competencies and capabilities required. So these are some of the fundamental principles that has led to updating of UNFC or United Nations Framework Classification. To those who have not heard of this before, as mentioned in the morning session, is a classification system for resources, including all kinds of resources: minerals, petroleum, renewable energy, anthropogenic resources, including storage, geological storage, and finally, we are also including groundwater into this system. So it is a unified, comparable, interoperable, harmonized approach to resource assessment and management. And we are extending this system. This is a classification system which will give a snapshot of where your resources lie in the social, environmental, economic axis, in the feasibility axis, and in the degree of confidence axis. But that gives a snapshot, a still picture of what your resources are today. But we need a dynamic system which is moving this resources across boundaries into different classes that is shown in this system. And that we are building today as a United Nations Resource Management System, or UNRMS. So UNFC will provide the terminology or the common vocabulary that is required for mineral assessment, whereas UNRMS, which is under development, will provide a unified methodology that can address all resources. So in brief, this is something about UNFC and UNRMS. And as I've said, minerals is one of the major component of UNFC's resources, the resources addressed by UNFC. Initially, when UNFC was started in 1997, it applied only for minerals. And then we had subsequently petroleum, anthropogenic resources, renewable energy, injection project or storage, etc., coming into the system. But I would like to point out that since 2015, when 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was accepted by all countries around the world, we thought that we should have a new turn for UNFC, and it should be reflected in specific rules that apply for resources. So here, what we are trying to do is develop a set of rules that will apply for mineral specification. And this document is being finalized, and we hope that this document will be available early next year, at least for public comment. This document essentially includes sections that looks into linkage with SDGs, into mineral definitions, common vocabulary that should be used, which will be harmonized across resources, as I've told you, but with specific focus on mineral resources. And then, very importantly, this set of rules will be there. There will be a set of rules that will be applicable for mineral projects. We call it mineral specifications or mineral specific rules. And this document also will have competent person guidance that can be used wherever that is required. We think that UNFC will be used by different stakeholders. Everywhere competent person may not be required. For example, in government resource management or company internal resource management, but mandatorily it is required for financial reporting. So we are including the competent person guidelines, which will be applicable for public reporting here. And in essence, again, this reporting will contain a very strong core focus on sustainability. So that is why we have this competent person rules here. We think that the competent person should have a commitment to SDGs and sustainability. So this document is under development, and by early next year, we hope to have this document out for public comment. And further, to support the universal adoption of UNFC, we are providing regional guidelines to regions like Europe, Africa, Latin America, Central Asia and the CIS region, etc. DG GROW, European Commission has strongly supported the use of UNFC for raw material management in the EU region and is developing a document to provide additional guidelines within a EU context to users of UNFC in raw materials management, which includes both minerals and anthropogenic resources or secondary resources from other minerals. And these guidelines, for example, I can show you that the E-axis or the social, environmental, and economic viability axis will have a mapping to the regulatory approvals which commonly seen in Europe. It will have a mapping to the INSPIRE code list, which already have an existing terminology developed for raw material or mineral resources. It will be mapping the F-axis or the technical feasibility axis of UNFC to the technological readiness levels that is widely known in EU, especially in a lot of projects in the Horizon program. And we will be also mapping the E-axis to the environmental impact assessment factors. We will be mapping E-axis to the social issues. And from an anthropogenic resource perspective, we will be seeing that this terminology is also aligned to the EU waste hierarchy directive that is widely known and used today. So this document is also under development, and we hope that by early next year, we could have this document out for more discussion with all stakeholders within the EU. And the European Commission is kindly supporting UNECE to develop these activities in this regard forward. And we will be having, in addition, centers of excellence in the European region, which will be looking into applying UNFC and also training people how to use UNFC for specific projects. And that is all as an overview of UNFC for minerals. And I thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harry, for a very good introduction coming from the case to the fundamental principles and the projected outcomes to be discussed in the near future. I would not see any particular question in the chat, so maybe I would like you to a bit explain the UNFC contribution in building resilience in the raw materials production. So how exactly this could be done?
Thank you, Slavko. I also see a couple of questions which are coming in. I will try to answer them all together, maybe picking one or two at the moment.
Yes, I see them now as well. Yes, okay. Yes, please do.
What are the perks and incentives for countries following these guidelines? I will say that the incentive for countries for using UNFC is that they are aligning their activities on sustainability in mineral resource management also, without an extra cost attached to it. The countries are signed up for SDGs, and they are all reporting on how they are progressing with SDGs on an annual basis. And this is also not only for countries, but companies, like even mining companies. A lot of big mining companies who are members of ICMM, whose CEO talked today morning, they have annual reports which they say that is a progress which they are doing towards attaining various SDGs. And while using UNFC, you don't have to do extra work of generating those reports, because that work will be essentially covered by the UNFC reporting activities itself. So that is a big cost saving for both countries and companies. In countries, I mean the ministries and various geological surveys and other institutions. So, and the second question we have is, it is a mineral resource management system. Does it mean that, except for resource classification, the system will deal with approaching responsible sourcing issues and may provide a proper solution? Of course, when we say sustainable development and alignment to SDGs, we have 17 goals there, and it is all encompassing. It covers every field of responsible sourcing, including human rights, child labor, forced labor, gender parity, and all those issues which are there. Other elements of the physical environment, including use of resources like water and chemicals, etc., resource extraction, etc. Everything can be covered within the ambit of UNFC and UNRMS. And this will be a good thing for countries and companies to follow. So I will stop here, Slavko, if you don't have additional questions.
Well, I think we have another question, but a short and unbiased, really to the point answer. What are the biggest challenges for UNFC in a way? I think this is a very good question.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is we have to build a new vision while using UNFC. Traditional vision of blind extraction doesn't work for the society in future. And we as practitioners of this in this field, both for classification and management, we may not be well prepared to change to new terminologies. We may not have even the common vocabularies which we can use. And we have to learn a lot of things. We have to learn how we can coexist with other sciences, which is the biggest challenge. And but these are not very great barriers, insurmountable challenges. If we have a will, we can find a way how we can do all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we are very much into debate, but we need to move forward. So the next presentation will be from Zoltan Horvat. Zoltan is the head of Department of Mineral Resource Inventory and Concession Affairs in Mining and Geological Survey of Hungary. His special field is the modernization of mineral resource inventory based on a mapping between the national classification, CRISCO-type reporting systems, international reporting codes, and UNFC, where he includes also the professional and legislative issues. He represents the Eurogeo surveys in the Bureau of UNECE GRN and the Hungarian survey at the Commission at DG GROW Raw Materials Supply Group. He's involved in many EU projects dealing with sustainable resource management and mineral safeguarding. And I believe this would be also the topic for the presentation. Zoltan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Slavko. Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, in this presentation, I would like to present an overview on good practices of using UNFC, mainly based on Eurogeo surveys activity for data harmonization on raw materials, and in order to support resource management. The next, please. If we like to arrive to good practices, we have to understand data harmonization for raw materials based on analysis of relationship between national classification of mineral deposits, the related reporting and national data sets, in many cases inventories, and also based on related methodology or legislation and contributions of experts. The question is how we can describe relationships between these elements and international reporting standards and UNFC, and what type of decision flows can be developed for the harmonization. National and EU-funded projects support the development of the European geodata infrastructure that allows both the use of UNFC for earth resources and also fulfill the European information framework that consists of uniform data for raw materials too, in the frame of the INSPIRE directive. The next, please. One of the most relevant projects for data harmonization, here it is referred as optimization, is the ORAMA project that was led by Finnish Geological Survey, and this project dealt with both primary and secondary raw materials. The next, please. And the mentioned decision flow for using UNFC is available for category E, F, and G by British Geological Survey. The next, please. And you can find some recommendations and case studies that help responsible authorities to apply UNFC. And if we go further, next please. So the stakeholder consultation is very important. And the next please. And the next. So on the web page, you will find training materials, additional cases from different countries. Thank you. Recently, in the GeoEra program, Mintel for EU project, led by Geological Survey of Denmark, called case studies for using UNFC. In order to find and publish cases and good practice for using UNFC, here for mineral deposits, systematic data collection, detailed analysis of recently available practices and tests are needed. Reports on works about harmonization with UNFC have been done so far and publicly available by ORAMA project partners, but there are other publications. Some of them may be considered as a guidance by Scandinavian, Polish, Czech, and Hungarian colleagues. And Mintel for EU will identify good practices based on selected cases. The next, please. Based on EGS and other activities, among others in the UNES EGRM and the national and international project, it is well seen that most European countries have experience with UNFC. Most countries mapped the opportunity for harmonization and use of UNFC. Concrete case studies for all types of minerals are available in the mentioned reports and will be completed with additional case studies in the Mintel for EU. It will demonstrate the applicability of and benefits of UNFC. You can see that there are cases for critical raw materials and for all other commodities, including aggregates and energy resources. The next, please. Just an example, if we have bridging between national and international systems and we use decision flows, UNFC can be applied. Next, please. And the next one, thanks. So could you go back a little bit? Just for the original classification. Yes, this one, thanks. So this slide shows for the Transdanubia in Hungary how we can provide data in an aggregated form for non-metallic, mainly construction minerals, first in the original, traditional, let's say, reduction classification, the next one. Then in the Krirsco system without modifying factors, next one, please. With modifying factors. And finally, the next, please, we can arrive to the UNFC based on available bridging documents. So one of the potential good practice is if a competent authority, for example, Geological Survey or Mining Authority, has proper data sets for geological knowledge and permitting stages with environmental and social considerations. The next, please. So here you see the bridging between national classification, Krirsco type reporting, and UNFC. So this is the key how we can use UNFC-based available data sets. So UNFC can strongly support resource management and long-term planning with raw materials. Next, please. Based on recently available cases for using UNFC, it can be concluded that legally binding reports and data that are collected by responsible authority or survey are important. It is important to know the quality and quantity of mineral deposits, but permitting stages, the state of a mining project, are also crucial. European geodata infrastructure allows the integration of data for raw materials in UNFC. The work is in progress. Due to many national and international projects and cooperation between UNEC and EGS, the competency is increasing. Just in the Mintel for EU project, 26 UNFC cases are being analyzed, and based on results, good practice will be published, but number of recently available examples is much higher. If experts work together in a team, it can be done. Geological surveys and ministries report data for mineral resource projects in UNFC to the European Commission DG GROW. So the communication between responsible authorities is important. Even if we are facing to challenges like data collection, capacity building, and time, step by step, the activity of geological surveys with UNFC will contribute to the EU-level resource management to improve the common application of UNFC. The next one. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Zoltan, for a very good presentation, very to the point. I am looking at the questions, and I would not see yet, but hopefully they will come in. So maybe a question for you. In your opinion, what are the challenges in using UNFC? We have a lot of cases, and we have more cases and more cases, but still, how come this is still on the challenge level? It's not taken a bit further, in your opinion?
Yes, thank you. Well, challenge may mean to solve limiting factors beside the indisputable benefit of the use of UNFC. European Geological Surveys together and separately, national geological surveys have the largest volume, let's say, not only resource but reserve of data sets, mainly for G category, but F and E categories can also be maintained based on spatial and statistical data for exploration and exploitation, permitting stages and mining activities. So basically, we have data, but we need more data. And in some cases, the legally binding data collection is missing. So legislative support on member state and EU level would streamline the common use of UNFC. And the capacity and expertise has strongly increasing by awareness with UNFC, mainly thanks to cooperation between UNEC and EGS. So in the near future, this limiting factor can also be mitigated. Time is running, but I guess pieces of the puzzle, the so-called Rubik Cube, if I am Hungarian, the UNFC will be completed step by step.
You are really right. The time is running, but the questions are also coming in. So a very good question. Is there any case have been used for decision-making on a resource project, either in public or private sector? Would you be aware of
that? Basically, these results are mainly on project levels. But the aim is to develop this concept and the common use of UNFC for decision making, and it's not excluded that there are some cases where projects are selected or classified according to UNFC. So, but these are mainly project results.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, there are more questions, but I believe we need to move forward. So what I would do, I would introduce the next two presenters, Soraya Haus-Ausbichler and Ulrich Krall. Dr. Soraya Haus-Ausbichler is a professor for mineralogy at Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences in University in Munich. She is a leader of a working group classification and reporting of anthropogenic material resources reserves, a pan-European expert network on mining and European atmosphere, the Cost Action entitled MINEA, and a member of UNEC Anthropogenic Resources Working Group to apply UNFC as such. On the other hand, Dr. Krall has educated in Austria, has a background in civil engineering, and holds a postdoc position at the Research Center of Waste and Resource Management at the University of Vienna, Technical University of Vienna. His research focuses on the life cycle of materials in anthroposphere, in particular methodologies and case studies to analyze, evaluate, manage material stocks and flows. The results provide the basis for decision-making in resource and environmental management. Special activities he's performing include the research on material cycles and final sinks, and on the assessment of resource potential in anthroposphere. He's a leader of UNFC Anthropogenic Resource Working Group. He supports the promotion and development of UNFC. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Slavko. I would like to thank that we have the opportunity to present some snapshots from the perspective of the anthropogenic resources. And as you heard, Ulrich and we were heavily involved in the activities of the Pan-European Network MINER, a program which ended this spring 2020. And among others, we published a strategic roadmap with the aim to show what should be considered to ensure a sustainable management of anthropogenic resources. And just at the beginning, maybe for some of the participants may seem strange to use the term anthropogenic materials. Within our discussions, we came up that it's better to avoid this term secondary raw materials, which is always or mostly associated with low quality materials that are recycled in the production line. And for sure, it is also caused by the fact that these secondary materials go through a downcycling process, and that is not what we intend. We strive to keep recycling and or recovering of materials at the same level as much as it's possible to ensure a sustainable circular economy. Next slide, please. In this talk, I will present 3 examples to illustrate the application of UNFC access for the sustainable resource management, which should include the anthropogenic materials. And if we look at the G-axis, which formerly stood for geology, now represents the degree of confidence of the target materials. And that means that we need to take a closer look at the source of the anthropogenic materials, which may be concentrated in one location, but may also be distributed, sometimes with low concentrations over a large area. And of course, the quantity and the quality of the target materials must be considered. In the case of anthropogenic materials, the technical feasibility represented by the F-axis is very important because in many cases, new approaches need to be developed to gain valuable materials from the anthropogenic sources. And the third one, the E-axis, is a complex representing economic, social, environmental viability. And here I will present an example showing the interaction between these different aspects in promoting a project. Next slide, please. Here I present an application example for the G-axis, and so for the degree of confidence. This picture is taken from a presentation of Patrick Weger, shown in Geneva 2018, showing the results of the EVA project. In this project, the amount of scarce metals in 100 conventional vehicles were investigated with the aim to explore the recycling potential of these metals. And 2 different approaches were used. On the left side, you see the metals in the electric and electronic components of the vehicles, which were determined, and on the right side, the metals fractions and the shredder output of the end-of-life vehicles, which were analyzed. It showed that the largest masses of the 17 different scarce metals were found in the shredder light fractions of the output, and which is incinerated in municipal solid treatment plants, and hence these metals get lost because they are not recovered. But also this study showed that in many cases the mass balance is equal between these two approaches, but in some cases there are large mismatch, which is more than 50%, as here shown in case of cobalt. Next slide, please. Here you see an example for the technical feasibility, and I have taken the material red mud, which is residue of bauxite. And can we get back to the picture?
Sorry, one moment. I will do it right now.
Okay. The example I have chosen is the point that these red muds are a big problem for the environment, as maybe some participants may remember environmental disasters where dam breaks in the dump area caused the uncontrolled spread of the red mud with serious consequences for the local residents. And here is an example how such a problem can be solved. And you see in the middle the treatment of the red mud in the mud to metal project, the hydrometallurgical treatment of these red mud enable to remove rare earth elements and bring it to the industry. And the outcomes were also aluminum alloys, which can be reused also in the industry. On the other side, iron was produced as a raw material for iron and steel industry. And by the pyrometallurgical process, slags are produced, and also this part was investigated, and they were used for cement production, mineral wool, and geopolymer production, which all of them could be used in building and construction industry. In total, you see that this new concept helps to reduce the amount of red mud as a hazardous waste, and it promises to be a more or less zero waste concept. But it's also important to say that it's economically viable and environmentally compatible process. Next slide, please. And here I come to an example, which is the interface between mining processes and anthropogenic processes, tailings here in Portugal. It is a case study developed by Rudolf Suppé from Technical University in Aachen, and whose contribution is now under review. And it shows an early stage project, and it's an excellent example of showing that environmental and social aspects could be the motivation to develop a project and not only the economical aspect. You see here on the right side, the tailings with about 1,630,000 tons of materials deposited in heaps with a quite steep slope. And you see on the upper arrow showing to some sites where the risk of a failure of the landfill construction is visible. Furthermore, these heaps are located just at the border of a river, which provides drinking water for the people downstream. And furthermore, these tailings contain arsenic, which is a risk for health and of the people due to dust emissions and also by contamination of the agricultural areas. On the left side, you see the mass flow analysis showing that the extraction of only tungsten, which is the most valuable, leads to the highest yield for a comparably low amount of volume extracted. But at the same time, if it's possible to extract other minerals like sphalerite and chalcopyrite, chalcopyrite, there is a benefit for the economy. It's not as high as for tungsten, but it's also a plus. And if additionally pyrite is also extracted with this process, then the environmental impact of these residues is drastically decreased. And it could be also possible that all these materials provide the potential to be used in buildings and construction sectors. So that's a case study which shows that the motivation is maybe more the risk assessment, but by considering the economic viability, it is possible to make it also beneficial for everyone. Next slide, please. So one outcome of our results is that UNFC is a powerful tool for sustainable management of anthropogenic resources, because it helps to communicate the viability of recovery projects, and including environmental, social, and economic barriers, but also the benefits which can be made visible. It also helps to deliver a decision base for the industrial sector, for the investors, and also for the governments to develop recovery projects for the production of raw materials from anthropogenic sources. And furthermore, it also enables national resource reporting. Next slide, please. But there are also challenges which need to be addressed, and which I listed according to the axis. We see the need for a systematic resource accounting beyond the project on local, regional, national, and global scales to record resource exploitation potentials. It is also the point of the technical feasibility. The technical readiness is not always in the stage which is required, and it's necessary to develop the best available technologies, which are in many cases still under development. And if we look at the axis, the factors there are quite a lot of factors which have to be considered if we want to assess the environmental, social, and economic aspects. And it's on one side, and the other side, there is a need for a Europe-wide survey of the national legal situation regarding the utilization of raw materials from anthropogenic sources. So with that, I will come to my end of my presentation. The next slide, I would like to thank you for listening.
Thank you, Soraya. Thank you very much. I believe you and Ulrich are among the pioneers in this area in UNFC, and the progress that I'm seeing in the last year is really, really very great. We have a question which is related to the terminology. There is a suggestion that we would not use anthropogenic, as that is everything generated by human beings, but maybe mineral-based secondary raw materials, or some other suggestion also came out as technogenic. So how would you respond to this kind of ideas?
Well, when we discussed what we are to define our our approach, we saw that everything which is used by a human being is a kind of material which can be brought in the production. So at the moment, all that what we produce and what we get abundant from them are called waste. And we want to say that is something which is a raw material and which can be brought to the cycle. And for that, we don't want to use the secondary raw material or secondary materials because it is not, it typically are thought to be not in a minor quality. And for that, we don't. I would appreciate if we take the term anthropogenic.
Thank you. There's another one. The question is, are you aware of testing policy instruments using UNFC to support or make viable anthropogenic resources? So there would be some policy instruments using UNFC to support. Would you be aware? Could you respond to that? I don't know from them. I know that for fly ashes, municipal solid waste incineration ashes, they discussed how it can be treated because in all different countries use it in another way. But I'm not I've not know this study. I'm happy if I get information about that. Thank you. So just the last one, the UNFC and the activities you are doing. So in what would you, how would you define or how would you say that all the use of UNFC would be accelerating the commercial activity in production of raw materials or anthropogenic resources? So is there any visible impact of UNFC in moving toward anthropogenic resources so far?
I think it is just at the beginning. There are case studies developed showing how it works, but most of them are from the academic side developed. And I think that is, but it's a first step to show how it can be used and which benefits can be drawn by this concept. I think that it will be helpful for the companies because they get a concept to see the whole production chain. They see what they get lost by saying that is waste, and that there are materials which are very important for them to reuse them because they are also valuable. And the different dimensions which are presented in the three axes can provide transparent and comprehensive concept to show where are the benefits and where are the challenges to develop a project. And so all the stakeholders can talk about the same subject and will help to have a common language and to avoid misunderstandings.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation as well for the extensive answers. And we'll move on with the next presentation, which would be on the case study on graphite. I'm very happy to introduce Janja Knežević-Solberg, Master of Science in Geology and Geophysics from University of Belgrade, Since 2006, Janja has been working as a database geologist, exploration geologist, with experience in exploration of precious metals, according to the National Instrument 43101 guidelines, and also a teaching assistant at the University in Belgrade. Since 2013, Janja is working at the Geological Survey of Norway with mineral resources databases, improving data and structure for land management applications and exploration. From 2016, Janja has been working with the geological and geophysical exploration of graphite deposits in Norway. Janja, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Slavko. Hello, everyone. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present a case study on graphite in Norway. And next slide, please. There are 4 non-graphite provinces in Norway. These provinces are the island of Senja, the Vesterålen Island, Hollandsfjorden area, and the Bamble area in southern Norway. All graphite occurrences in Norway occur in Proterozoic rocks of high metamorphic grade. In NGO's mineral resources database are registered 13 deposits, 62 occurrences, and 15 prospects. Today, I will present you 2 cases, the active mine Tralen and the Bukemoen deposit on Senja Peninsula in Troms County in the northern Norway. You can see the localities on a satellite photo. The Tralen active mine lies on the northern tip of the Skaland Peninsula. Next slide, please. The Skaland mine has been in operation since 1922, producing about 10,000 tons per year with an average grade of 30% total carbon. From 2006, the mine location has been at Tralen, 8 km north from Skaland mine. This is the world's richest flake graphite mine in current operation. In 2018, Skaland graphite mine was bought by Australian company Mineral Commodities Ltd. The company drilled 133 drill holes, 5.5 kilometer drill core in total, and analyzed 1,245 drill samples. And the resources are classified by York code as indicated. 106,000 ton contain graphite, and inferred 291,000 tons contain graphite. Based on those data, G-axis is classified as G3 and G2. And next slide, please. Tralen mine is located 8 km from the existing Skaland processing and portal infrastructure. And since the mine has been in production for many years, the E and F axis should be 1. Next slide, please. We have a specific case for Tralen active mine. We know that the G1 is 1, and it is logical that UNFC classification for active mine is E1, F1, G1. But because of lack of data from the mining area, the company could not classify the mining area as measured according to the York standard at the moment, and therefore the G-axis have to be 2 and 3. And our suggestions for UNFC classification is E1, F1, G1, and G2 and G3. Next slide, please. Bukemoen deposit is located approximately 20 km southeast from the existing Skaland graphite operation. From 2015 and 2018, Geological Survey Norway have done detailed geological and ground geophysical investigation in northern Norway, employing different geological and geophysical methods. The main goal was to ground true resistivity anomalies discovered by a helicopter-borne geophysical survey during the project Minerals in Northern Norway. On figure 1, you can see airborne appearance resistivity anomaly and measured profiles of cell potential and EM31 conductivity on Bucemon deposit. 51 samples have been sampled and analyzed with an average of 5% total carbon, and the maximum content of total carbon is 19.7%. 2 drill core have been drilled to the depth of around 40 meters, and 20 drill samples have been analyzed with total carbon from 3 to 5%. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the size of 3 graphite anomalies and sublocalities within Bucemon deposit, defined by geophysics and geological mapping. Depth of deposit is extrapolated down to 100 meters, so a volume estimation have a low confidence level. Volume estimation for Bucemon is 3.34 million tons of contained graphite, and for Litcholen, 1.83 million tons. G-axis is classified as G3. This area should be explored further, and detailed ground geophysics and deeper core drilling is recommended in all 3 areas. Next slide, please. The Mineral Commodities Ltd company have signed the landowner agreement to explore the Bucemon graphite prospect with an exploration rights for 10 years. And our suggestion for E-axis is F3.1. Site-specific studies have identified the potential development with sufficient confidence to warrant further testing. Next slide, please. Bucemon is located in a reindeer grazing area and is approximately 5 kilometers from nature reserve. The nature reserve and reindeer grazing area are not in conflict with the mineral deposit, but in the Bucemon area, landslides may occur. Proposal for E-axis is 3.2. Environmental socio-economic viability cannot yet be determined due to the insufficient information. And the final UNFC classification for Bucemon deposit is E3.2, F3.1, and G3. Next slide, please. On this table, you can see UNFC applied on graphite deposits in Norway. We have used a combination of airborne and ground geophysics to estimate the dimensions of mineralized areas, combined with sampling and analysis of the graphite content. Depth of deposit is not measured. Depth is extrapolated down to 100 meters for all deposits, so volume estimation have a low confidence level. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Janja, very much. I think you really made a step-by-step presentation how you came to your results and outcomes. And I'm very glad that many practitioners of UNFC are also within the audience. And here is a very direct question. You are suggesting E1, F1, G2 plus 3. But that is not existing using Crisco bridge document. Reserves are limited to proven and probable only. On which basis can you use the G3 level in combination with E1, F1? That's the question. I hope I was clear enough in explaining it.
Yeah, but as I said in the presentation, we know this is the active mine and producing the best flake graphite quality in the world. But at this moment, we don't have reported the measured data according to York standards, because the mine is bought by the Australian company last year, and they have done new investigations to according to York procedures. And before the mine have used like some, well, how can I say, like old local standards. So I think that's why at the moment they don't have data from the mining area which can follow the York standards. So that's why and when we use the bridging, then as you can see on the slide number 5, can you please go on slide number 5? One more, yeah. So if we use the bridging, so indicated and inferred G2 and G3, and we know that the mine is in production. So if you go to the previous slides, so all necessary environmental permits required to operate the mine and actually this active mine should be classified as G1, G2, and G3. But at this moment, we don't have reported reserves.
Thank you.
By company.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that debate might go further on the bilateral way. We would need to move forward, and we would have another example from Finland. I'm quite happy to introduce Pasi Eilu, a senior scientist at the Geological Survey of Finland and a professor at the University of Turku. He has a 35 years professional experience in research and training on mineral deposit geology and exploration in Finland, Sweden, Norway, Greenland, Australia, and several countries in Africa, for both the academia and the mining company. Pasi has worked on the mineral deposit databases, mineral resource, and mineral raw material supply issues. He is the international coordinator for Fennoscandian ore deposits database, which is permanent four-country cooperation structure. So, Pasi, the floor is yours.
So thank you, and good day, everybody, and to the organizers, thank you for inviting me into this webinar. So please, the next slide. Really, we've been looking at in our national mineral deposit database into how to apply the UNFC code into our resource information. Naturally, there are plenty of cases where all grade and tonnage information we've got is so-called historic, according to TRISCO rules. So this is information data that is non-compliant to TRISCO. So a bridging document cannot be used when coding into UNFC categories. Typically, there is no QP mentioned, QA, QC missing, if anything of such was done in those days at all. And then how things were estimated, chemical analysis, feasibility and beneficiation studies, permitting, references to commodity prices, typically are all outdated, fully or at least some parts. Holder of the deposit might have been changed, typically often more than once. So this means, to start with, that at the E-axis we are at 3. We don't know anything about permitting. Probably there is no permit currently. F and T-axis values, we must probably go into 3 or 4. And subcategories depend on the situation. So next slide, please. So this is an example we've got of almost 40 years ago done exploration and resource estimate done by then. So these are just the details of the case. Not going into any of these. It is just that this is cobalt, copper, gold occurrence, maybe a deposit. of a dubious genetic type. We don't even be sure. We even are not so sure what is the genetic type. Number of alternatives have been suggested. So the next slide, please. What has been done? Quite a lot of traditional exploration, ground geophysics, bedrock mapping, airborne magnetics, electromagnetics, and geochemistry, regional and more targeting geochem has been done in a long time ago. And then in early 80s, it was drilled, 69 drill holes, a bit more than 9 kilometers, and drilled in 25-meter profile distance. What was done as well, beneficence tests, some test mining, and some feasibility evaluation was done. So mineral resource was estimated. Next slide, please. And this is the result. So in total, what could be called indicated and inferred together, about 450 million tons of ore, a bit less than 1 gram per ton gold, some silver, 0.8 copper, and 0.18% cobalt. And then the respective UNFC codes already there. So next slide, please. As I already mentioned, what was done, and then what is not in the reports available. And probably I have seen the reports myself, and these probably are the only reports that really exist. There is no QP. As far as I know, there was no such definition on those days. There's no information on QA/QC. And permitting, well, there was then an exploration permit, but that's been gone. That was gone a long time ago. There is another exploration permit currently, but with another owner. What is outdated, of course, if you think of going back to so many years, beneficiation, feasibility studies, especially the economic ones. The commodity prices are quite different now. We're not sure about chemical analysis even, what somebody who is expert on rock geochem and how they are done, how they were done then should be consulted, how relevant these are. So we see that in what was then regarded as indicated should have the UNFC code 332, and what is inferred is 333. Talking about subcategories, F3.1 is probably the case, as this is again under exploration by a company who is focusing on cobalt. So we can say that we do have a case, identified case with a potential development with confidence, sufficient confidence to warrant further testing. Right, so that's about that case study. And if we go to the next slide, generally speaking, what can be said on these historic things, historic resources? So as I mentioned earlier, breaching document cannot be used. Big issue are the documents that exist and are available. How well they really describe not just the deposit itself, but also the work that has been done. What's the quality? What's the data density? And then some cases we with these polymetallic things, we might have a recent report that just covers 1 or 2 commodities, the main ones, perhaps, the real money makers, the ones that pay your salaries. But then there might be other potential commodities as well. Please keep that. So we might end up in a case that we have to use different UNFC categories within a single deposit for different commodities. I have seen such cases already, so that I can tell you that this is probably not coming an unusual case, but eventually a common issue when we start to investigate where to get certain critical raw materials from, where they are just potential byproducts of something where the main commodities are not so critical. Then we've got RISCO-compliant resources which are old, especially when there is another company holding the deposit now, and the other company has always at least a bit different strategy in their work, and they might have not yet released the new resource. So maybe we can't also in those cases use the bridging documents straightforwardly and need to downgrade our UNFC coding as well from 2 to, for example, to 332 or something. The data confidence might be the same. Geology didn't change. So we might keep the G number for the G category the same, but have to change the E and F category values. And then we have these cases as so typical for many industrial mineral deposits and even mines. Company doesn't report publicly anything. It's not a public company, but a private, so they don't need to report according to RISCO. But we might have some resource information from somewhere else, for example, environmental permit application. Well, and then if this is a mine, just like the case we were described in the previous presentation. So it's a producing mine. So all the permitting, all the feasibility must be just fine. So all goes into, so we need to put ENF in the category 1, probably. But the G, we don't know. So it's probably G 2+3 or something. And if it's non-active, not permitted, maybe we just have to use like numbers category combination like 3 for example. So these are the things. This is where I see the most work in mapping existing resource information into UNFC exist. If we have resource according to RISCO, it's so easy to use just a bridging document, and that's that. That's very straightforward. But the rest is not necessarily so. And the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So as we have done the work this year in Finland, we also have released a report on what we did, and it include quite a number of examples as well on how does this go. So this is in public domain, free for you to use as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pasi. I would have a very short question, or I would ask you for a very short answer, but the answer should not be no. What would you suggest for, let's say, a new user of UNFC or a fresh user of UNFC in such a complex study where you have multiple elements in deposits, when you cannot just use the bridging document, you go beyond. So what would be your main recommendation or main guideline for a person that would start doing UNFC classification on such deposit?
Well, the first thing I would say is to get all the possible reports, also scientific papers and whatever that is available on that certain deposit and its surroundings. There might be some research information as well. And also, if an environmental permit has ever been applied, at least in Finland, that sort of application is public information. So there might be information about the size of the deposit as well. Some indirect information on total size, and at least about the amount, how much is planned to be mined annually. So all this, get first that and see what's there, what you can combine from there, and be prepared to classify each potential commodity separately as well, because there might be different tonnages for different commodities as well, or there might be a CRISCO compliant resource for one or two commodities, but for a couple more, maybe more indirect information. So be prepared to end up in at least 2 UNFC categories for a deposit, depending on the commodity. At least this I can say.
So information, more information, and a bit more information. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, that's how it is.
Thank you very much. We came to our last speaker, Erika Ingvald is the head of Division of Mineral Information and Mining Industry at the Geological Survey of Sweden. She's focused on the sustainable metals and minerals value chains on a national, European, and a global level. She's also a Swedish representative at the UNECE expert group and one of the vice chairs of its bureau. And that would put her in a very close contact with the UNFC as such. She would also present the case study from the Northern Europe. Erika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Slavko, and thank you, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and on behalf of my colleagues who made this study with me, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present this case study to you. Can you please switch the slide? I think maybe there should be some slide before that. No? Okay. So let's just keep this picture then. So this study is compiled of studies of industrial minerals. And what we wanted to do was to demonstrate how UNFC can be used to classify industrial minerals extraction projects, and we choose limestone projects in Estland and Sweden, and we used gravel and sand projects in Norway. And this study is a collaboration between the industry and geological surveys. So we got information directly from the companies, since they're not, at least one of them is private. So sand and gravel aggregates are extremely important building materials all over the world. And the demand is, as you know, generally much higher than the supply. So therefore, resource management is of essence. And the Forsand project that we have as an example here for aggregates it shows how a project develops over time, and it demonstrates how the use of UNFC, how you can use it where you have a few complications. And we used it also for showing the interplay between UNFC and Cerisco, the stuff that PASSI didn't have access to, we had in this case. And also how those inventories can translate between Cerisco and the UNFC. So if you, this allows for new UNFC accounts to be compared with existing Cerisco accounts, and then it prevents a break of the records if you're going from Cerisco to UNFC, for instance. So, and now we come to the limestones. Limestone has many important uses, as all of you know, and in Sweden it can be considered critical because it's so important for the steel industry. And the limestone projects used here demonstrate how useful UNFC is in categorizing environmental and social conditions and technical feasibility that may facilitate or hamper project development. And as a privately owned company, Nordkalk, who have those assets, they aren't obliged to report their resources and reserves according to stock market rules and according to Cerisco codes. But for them, it was really important to have a method and a tool for better decision making and management of their projects. So that's why they wanted to use UNFC, and also to show environmental and social aspects of the project. In Nordkalk's operational environment, the main challenge are repeatedly related to access to land. It can be land purchasing issues or environmental permit related issues. And this is described in general terms in the guidance document for Finland, Norway, and Sweden that we developed a few years ago. And UNFC helps Nordkalk to have an overview of a site and its project development. The slide that you have here, the Carino project, produces two products based on the commercial demand for limestone. So they produces good quality limestone, quite pure limestone, and high or magnesium-rich limestone of partially non-commercial quality. The quality is coming into use, but must be blended and balanced with a good quality stone or upgraded with an external resource. And the project that this slide shows is different domains within the Carino project with different maturity, if you like. So, and you can see where the different projects are in its developing stage. And also, understanding of the occurrence of those qualities is required for the mining and sales of products. And the report that we published goes through the details of each project. The resulting UNFC account is shown here. So the next slide, please. Thank you. So one extraordinary and very prolonged permit process that Nordkalk experienced was with the Bunge project on the island of Gotland in eastern Sweden. It's quite extraordinary because so this limestone was designated national area of national interest by SGU due to its high purity and the need of such quality limestone for the Swedish steel industry. this case, if you see on the right-hand side of this slide, it demonstrates how the e-axis, how this project has been traveling up and down the e-axis due to the evolving permitting process. Since this limestone is considered a landowner mineral, the permitting is not regulated within the Mining Act, but only in the Environmental Act. And it has been in 3 different court instances, which is unusual for Sweden. But this shows that for this project, the Swedish system didn't work very smooth, you can say. And we've been talking a bit about the strength of communication with the UNFC system. And this is a way of communicating to regulators, whether they are national or on a European level, that something doesn't work here, something needs to be addressed. So at the end of the prolonged permit process, this area was finally made inaccessible by a large new Natura 2000 area. And as a consequence of that, the National Supreme Court put a final end to the permit process early last year. And the E-axis, according to UNFC, dropped to an E3 category. And as we can all understand, this kind of process is very costly for both the public sector and the private sector, in this case, the company. A part of the cost is normally transferred to the public sector, at least through reduced taxable income of the private party, in addition to the administrative costs falling to the public sector. But this illustrates the economic importance of good resource management, where decisions are taken at the right time relative to investing in preparations for the development. And UNFC may expose how well this is done by tracking the movement of the projects through the ENF axis. Next slide, please. So the gravel aggregates project, Forsand in Norway, this is where you see a LIDAR picture that very well shows the area, what it looks like. As a part of the EU-funded Horizon 2000 Orama project, NGO carried out a pilot study on how to classify mineral resources using UNFC. And this was one of the cases they tested. And it's deposited in southwestern Norway, where NGO has registered several large and minor gravel deposits. This information has been the basis to develop a resource management plan for construction raw materials issued by the Rogaland County. A regional impact assessment is included here as well, where different issues have been considered and prioritized, such as areas protected by natural diversity or cultural heritage, or protected for agriculture, or due to the presence of important resources. And the largest deposit at Forsand is a glacial plain, delta plain, and it's subdivided into zones where the level of conflict for future extraction of gravel and sand are identified. And NGO has rated the Forsand deposit of highest national interest due to the quality. It's very suitable for road constructions and concrete production, and also the size and marketing and logistics, its location. So I strongly recommend that you read our report in order to follow the development of the project and how it can translate to Syrisco. It's really elegant, actually. And this table that you can see here, it shows the latest record for the project, but not the input-output that develops over time. But I think it's really useful. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I think UNFC works well in assessment of industrial mineral resources, and it shows that you can divide a mineral resource into different domains, defined on permit stages, technical development and quality and so on. If not all of the extracted resources can be sold or utilized, E31 is useful for reporting resources for potential future utilization. And overburden, as you know, is routine in open pit operations. And in most cases, maybe you don't use this as a commercial product, but it can be used in the restoration phase. And UNFC can also be used to keep track of that material and the volumes needed for restoration. So I think it works really well. And I would like to thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika. Thank you very much. I share your enthusiasm in using the UNFC, and you went through so many cases already that in a way you are making or promoting UNFC within geological community. Could you share with us why would you do that? What would be the advantages of UNFC that you would make the promotion of UNFC compared to other things, other systems?
Okay, so usually when you ask me that, my answer is that I think it's an excellent communication tool, and I haven't changed my opinion on that. But I think this morning it was, and I think also this afternoon has shown us that it's a very inclusive tool, and it bridges to other frameworks. And I think it's really helping that it is like that, because supply of resources is a global affair, and we're all contributors and recipients. And also climate change is a global affair, and we all need to do what we can to mitigate that. And I think, as Scott said this morning, we're caretakers of this planet. And if we're going to do this together, we need a common language. And I think UNFC gives us a common language and a community that includes all those other tools or platforms, so that we can gain a global common understanding. I think he used the words emotional intelligence based on principles. And so I think that's a really good thing. Maybe we don't do it identically all over the world, but at least we agree on how things should be done.
Thank you. Thank you. We finished with the presentations. We still have some time for Q&A and discussion. I have several questions that I take it from the chat. And I would ask Harry that the information, the chat, should be also available, not only the presentations and the recording, because there's quite an interesting debate, in some cases quite detailed. And what is happening here is also a bit of chat networking, so people exchanging opinions or arguments. It is a pity that we cannot meet in person, so that communication among the experts would be easier and very much shorter than it is when we are online. However, I would ask presenters, but maybe I would include also Charlotte in this discussion, of some of the questions that popped up in the chat during this session. So the first one in the line would be UNFC shall be running workshop on promoting and capacity building of UNFC. So someone from the panelists could answer that.
Yeah, if I can start, Slavko. I think UNEC is very actively supporting the use of UNFC in not only in the European region but all over the world. We were planning to organize a lot of meetings, workshops, etc. But this year, due to COVID, we have switched to virtual mode. And so far, we have organized a number of webinars or virtual workshops like this. We covering all aspects of the resources. We had a workshop on petroleum, we had a workshop on minerals and anthropogenic resources. We had workshop on social, environmental, and sustainability aspect. We had a workshop on nuclear fuels. We had workshop on renewable energy. So wide area has been covered by the recent virtual events, and we hope to continue that. But once situation becomes better, we hope to have physical workshop also. We have the next annual meeting of the expert group on resource management during end of April in Geneva. There could be possibility of participating in this workshop either physically or through virtual mode. But we are also supporting the development of international centers of excellence in different places, notably in the EU region, as well as in the in Russia and the countries in the CIS region, and in other places shortly. And these centers of excellence are vehicles through which much more detailed training and workshops will be provided to whoever who is interested to use UNFC.
Thank you. There was also
Slavko, it's Charlotte Griffiths here from the UNECE. Just if I could also add that we see a number of countries that have been supporting. They've provided financial support to UNECE for training and capacity building. So one example is the Russian Federation. They gave us some financial support to specifically help do capacity building and training in Central Asia. And the 5 countries of Central Asia have really seen the value in the UN in applying the UNFC nationally, and I think they will also benefit from the work that we're doing on the centres of excellence. But all the trainings that we hold, they're all the presentations are posted to our website. And also, I think the case studies that we're doing and that many countries have undertaken, and I think we've had excellent presentations this afternoon showing the value of doing case studies. Those are also available on our website, and they really are useful educational and training material. And I saw in the chat that there was interest in undertaking, I think in Poland, a geothermal case study. So do please reach out to Harry and I if you're interested in undertaking a case study. And a number of case studies, that they have to go through a rigorous review process within the expert group on resource management. And then a number are then published as official parliamentary documents for presentation at our annual meetings. Thank you, and thank you to all the presenters. A great session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We had another question of harmonization of mining codes and laws on the EU level. I believe many of you are aware that the mining law and the mining as such is in the merit of the member states, and there is no EU level efforts on that level. Just to answer that one. And there was another very good question. I would believe this would go to mining authorities or mandated agencies, maybe geological surveys. Do you have any plans to aggregate classification for individual deposit to a national figure? So aggregating the information on the national level, and if there are consideration, if there are thoughts in that directions, what are the main challenges or obstacles on that? So someone from the panelists could answer that, take this question on board.
If I am panelist, I would try to answer.
Please, Zoltan.
Thank you. So, according to many cases last years, it seems that if a member state or a region they have proper data sets for minerals and permitting procedure, UNFC can be used, and we have to go from hard data. And if we have enough experience and not only case studies, tests, but accepted assessments for UNFC, then we can go toward to the aggregation. So, but if we have official data sets and we have a kind of algorithm, it can help to provide aggregated data sets on regional and national level.
Thank you, Zoltan. There was another interesting question that would go in the line of, once the UNFC is defined, how can actually this help you to make a decision to move a project forward or to stop it? And what would be the next steps? So there was already a partly answer also on the chat, but I would be keen to hear the panelists reply on that, if possible.
I would like to answer this question, and I think that is a very good question, because it's something one gets the impression that the use of UNFC is a static part. And in our discussion in the anthropogenic resource community, we said that it is always like a snapshot. You see what are the problems, where are the challenges, where are the benefits, and based on that you can decide which step has to be done to overcome these barriers and develop this project in the next step. And that is something which is makes very transparent and very clear by looking at also, particularly on the E-axis, looking at the economics, but also environmental and social impacts. And of course, also to look at the legal situation, which is very decisive for the development of the projects.
Thank you very much. Maybe the last question to panelists. So where should the studies in the future to clarify the open issues or challenges of UNFC, where should be the focus on these studies? which of the axes, social, environmental, economic viability, technological feasibility, confidence in estimates, or a proper balance of that. Would anyone take this question on board?
Maybe I can say something?
Please.
So just short, but I think the strength and the benefit with UNFC is the holistic view of things. So I don't think one axis should take precedence, because the whole thing with this is that it's taking into account the whole sustainability system with economic, social, and environmental sustainability. So therefore, I don't think we should emphasize one of them.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, where I was going with the question was more, I am pretty sure it needs to be balanced. We need to look at all, we don't neglect. But with practices that is being gained, you would probably see more of the challenges in one of those directions. That was a bit more of what I was asked.
In that case, I think it's in a way easier to get the data and information on the F and the G axis, whereas the E axis is the one that is unpredictable and the one that you don't have control over yourself as a company, for instance. And that also connects with the social license to operate, social sustainability, and the legal system, laws changing and all of that. So that's where you have the challenges in real life for most of the projects.
Thank you, Erika. And this is a very good starting point for my concluding thoughts, because we are close to 4 o'clock that we would end. And I would like really to share with you what would be my takeaways from the whole day, not only the afternoon. I think the first one is from the morning, which started at the very beginning, the question that the discussion with the people outside from the street is needed, or I would even point it out that the discussion with the people outside our expert bubble or our convinced communities needed. The second one came from Erika, and I believe I'm completely in line with your statement that UNFC is a great communication tool. And we should use it for discussion with the people outside the bubble or convinced. The third one is more linked to what was said during today, is the biggest challenge. And the biggest challenge is out-of-the-box thinking, how to move forward and thinking out of the box, how to move forward with UNFC, but also with the other challenges that we have, either in raw material sector or in life in general. I would leave you with that and thank the organizing team, the speakers in the afternoon, in the morning as well, but after all, also thank the audience for listening to this interesting presentation. And hopefully next year, the next event will be an after-COVID event where we could all meet in person. I would leave you with this and wish you the good rest of the afternoon and a nice evening. Thank you very much. Maybe Harry, you would take over.
Thank you, Slavko, for your efficient moderating the session. And I will thank also all the presenters who have given excellent presentations and a large number of participants who have stayed throughout this session in this afternoon. Many of you have also attended the morning session. We will welcome your comments, etc. We have a website which gives more details but you can also email us any other suggestions, comments you have. We have noted a lot of things in this chat box, but we were able to answer only a few of them. But in any case, please be in touch. We have a event on next week, that is Sustainable Energy Week, pursuing carbon neutrality to advance energy transition. And I would welcome those interested to attend this event as well. Thank you very much. Have a nice rest of the day and have a good evening. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
This meeting is no longer being recorded.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Stay well.
Bye. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye to all.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.